Very good morning to one and all as we welcome you to the National Cricket Centre here in Balmain, Couva, where we're getting ready for a very important contest. Of course, this is the Price Club, the low price leaders. This is the Under-17 North-South Classic, and the players are already out there and getting ready to do battle. They will be met shortly by the president of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board and the newly minted Vice President of Cricket West Indies, Azim Bazarat, as well as Jason Abdul, who is a member of the Price Club Executive. So a proud moment for some of these youngsters as they try to address the selectors in a more meaningful way. Many of them, of course, would have been representing their various schools and colleges. But this is, as you say, a different beast now, because here they come from all their different schools, and now they get a chance to really prove that all the success that they had in the secondary schools or in the club competitions, that they are now ready to take it to another level. And that is what is critical here for these youngsters. This is where they really just need to put their heads down and get on with the business at hand. If you're a batsman, you want to make runs, and if you're a bowler, you want to take wickets. So it's no, as I say, there's no rocket science to it, but it certainly is an amazing opportunity for these youngsters. And I say that because you wouldn't believe, when I played cricket at this age group, I never got a chance to play like a North-South under-17. I played under-19, but I never played under-17. It just seems as if by the time I was 15 years old, I was playing under-19 cricket and senior team cricket, but I never got the opportunity to play under-16 cricket for my zone or for Trinidad and Tobago. And the irony of that was there were guys who were older than me who were playing under-16 cricket for the zone, but for some reason, I was very overlooked on occasion. So I'm really happy for these youngsters that they get this opportunity to play and to hone their skills, to continue to develop. Just to give you a quick rundown here, the South team would be led by Christian Rampasad, the young man from Pres San Fernando. Luke Ali is the vice captain. He's from Pres Chaguanas. And Salim Khan, who's wearing the number 18. Stefan Gomez wears 88. Brendan Budu wears number 15. Alvin Sonny wears number 31. Alan Suchet wears number 4. Aidan Racha wears number 17. Alexander Chase wears 32. Anil Ruplal wears 74. Kiefer Gushawan wears 97. Kovid Bispat wears 19, and Zain Maraj 10, and Jalen Ramsam wears the number 99. The North team, Rajiv Ramguli is the captain. He wears number 7. Abdul Rahim Toppin is the vice captain. He wears number 18. Ryan Yearwood wears number 19. Samir Sarup wears number 23. Joseph Mendoza, number 31. Jaden Kent, number 10. Adrian Mahes wears number 20. Niall Mingo wears number 8. Stefan McPherson wears 45. Johansson Gajada wears 71. Ashad Harilal wears 27. Jordan Mohammed wears number 77. Ishmael Ali wears 12. And Yasir Chandeen wears the number 47. So those are the players selected for this game, and again, congratulations to them. And it's now a question of them going out there and getting the job done, so to speak. Kadeem Mohammed is here with me, and Kadeem, good morning to you as we see Mr. Abdul in the red top, a representative from the Price Club, and Judge Jason Abdul, and the president of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board and the vice president of Cricket West Indies, Mr. Azim Bazarat, also on hand to greet these youngsters. A proud moment, I'm sure, for most of them. So Once again, welcome to 360 Cricket coverage right here live at the NCC in Couva. And Kadeem, what's the situation as far as the toss is concerned?
Yeah, very good morning, Ruskin. Good morning, viewers. And as far as the toss goes, South, they won the toss and they decided to have a bowl. South, in their green strips, extremely pleasant trees, is much anticipated on the 70 North-South Classic. So it's a rivalry, the South bragging rights. So a lot of offer for these young men. The Ruskin certainly hoping for an exciting day of play ahead.
It is, and I was just about to ask you, Karim, did you ever get a chance to play in one of these classics, these North-South classics, at any age group level?
Unfortunately not, but I do want to commend the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board for hosting these now underage group, these age group under 7 North-South Classics. Back in my time, there were no North-South Classic under 17 or under 19. There was that senior men's under 19 Classic. So this is a very good initiative by the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board, and a very good opportunity again for these young boys to showcase their talent.
The thing, as I was saying earlier, I played in, well, several North-South, both under 20 and senior level. In fact, I don't know if it's a record of some sort, but I remember one time I had to actually open the bowling and the batting in a North-South Classic. And the reason being, rain fell on the wicket at Guacara Park. And it just seems as if, I don't know what was the thinking, but they didn't want to risk the senior batsmen. So, but it just seems as if nobody wanted to open the batting on a sticky dog, as we called it then. So I just put up my hand and say, oh, look, hey, it's not a problem, I'll bat. But I think Giles Antoine was the bowler for South at the time, for the South Central team. And he was the main strike bowler, as Eugene's older brother. And I said, well, look, I played against Giles and those guys when they were playing for Presal, so I didn't think I had any fear or anything like that. But I realized my role then was just to occupy the crease and allow the wicket to dry out, because, we had the likes of Raja and, some of the other batsmen who were pressing for West Indian or Trinidad selection. So they didn't want to go and fail, because on a wicket like that, it's a lottery. Any number could play with that. With me, I was selected principally as a bowler, so I just felt, look, it didn't really make a difference to me if I made 10 or 20 or 100. That was fine. My main goal was to occupy the crease for as long as possible and allow the wicket to dry out, so I was able to do that. And then, of course, I ended up opening the bowling as well. So I opened the batting and the bowling. And, I think we won the game, but that game was a pretty interesting game, because I think Theo Coffey made 100 in that game batting for South. I don't remember if Logie played in that one. He played in a couple, but I don't remember if Gus played in that particular. And I remember we played one. Do you know that was a North-South Classic? It was played at Gilbert Park. Don't ask me what happened to Guacara. All the years it was played at Guacara Park. For this 1 year, it was played at Gilbert Park. And, I mean, that was when I look at that team, I keep saying, almost everybody who played in that game would have represented Trinidad and or the West Indies. That was a high power team. The South team, Inshan Ali, Rafiq Jumadin, Ranji Nanan, or Theo Coffey, and the list just went on and on and on. And the North team counted with Larry and Sheldon Gomes, Richard Gabriel. You see the lineup, I'm like, whoa. It was funny. Yeah, and I think North scored like 500 runs in that game, and I think Sheldon scored a double, and Gaby I think scored 100, and the rest of us just kind of batted around, but it just showed you then what the levels were like at that point in time. And a 4-day game, sometimes you couldn't get a result because one team would bat for like 2 days, and then if you're lucky, your bowlers would bowl out the opposition, as the case may be, but anytime you wanted to bat once and try to bowl out the opposition, twice under that score, or as close to that score as possible, and then give yourself little time to get the knockoff runs. But these games, and I'm hoping that the national selectors are here so that they can witness the performances of these youngsters, because this is what these games were designed for. It was really like the last trial match. That's how we used to view it. You know, it was the last opportunity to address the selectors before the national team was chosen, whether it was under 20s or senior teams. So this was a big deal for players, and I hope it still is, because you're representing not just your school now, you're representing your zone, your area, and you're representing the whole of North. And I suppose this is Northeast Tobago, because there is a Tobago player listed here against the South Central team. So this is huge for these youngsters.
Yeah, definitely. And a lot of these youngsters have done well in their schools cricket. A number of them would have represented Trinidad under 17 as well. So, again, Christian Rampasad, captain of the South team. Luke Ali, there's Brendan Boodoo, there's Aiden Racha, Alexander Chase, Kiefer Gisiawan. There's a lot of these youngsters doing well in school cricket, Ruskin. So again, and you know, that was always the thinking, that North-South Classic was always the final sort of chance to impress.
It really gives you, and what I like too is that the players are uniformed. You know, they look really resplendent in their green tops with a little yellow splash in it, and it certainly helps us to identify who is whom out there. Some of them we might know, some of the others we're not always clear, but it was good to see all of them do their stuff. You know, as they certainly take to the field and getting ready to do battle, so to speak, in this encounter. So, and I understand one of we look at the teams, there are 14 players on each team, and what they have decided to do is try to utilize all 14, give all 14 players a chance. So if you're a batsman and you don't make the starting 11, but it gives us the selectors an opportunity to see you bat. So South, for example, instead of taking 6 specialist batsmen, or they may have 6 specialist batsmen to start, but they may have another batsman, you know, who's capable but just couldn't make the starting 11, but he will get a chance to bat at some time in the innings. And so all 14 players may get similarly with the bowlers, a player who may not make the starting 11, you know, don't sit there for the whole day and not get a chance to show his talent. So he may get a chance to bowl at some point in time, you know. So I suppose there is merit in that, but it's also players would like to make the starting 11, if you know what I mean. You want to make sure that you get a chance to start and you try to perform there.
Yeah, it's good, you know, everyone to get an opportunity to feature in this game. So South, they've won the toss and they've decided to bowl. The surface, though, is a slightly well-rested surface. It's the one further to the eastern side of the ground, and it looks to be, you know, it appeared to me this morning the team that winning the toss would definitely bowl. There is some early morning moisture in the surface, which is clearly visible. So again, these pacers from the South team, Aiden Ratcher, Alexander Chase, Alvin Sonny, will definitely have to make use of these conditions. Early morning, brand new white ball. And again, very good conditions as well, Ruskin. It's a hot day already. We've been downstairs and the heat is started to overtake us. So a very good day for cricket. As we see Ratcher, Aiden Ratcher, is measuring his mark, looking to take up the attack for South. We've not seen the North batsmen as yet. The entire South team is out there.
That might be an ominous sign. They don't want to go out there. But I'm sure they're probably just having their final discussions. And how Clint Pamphil, who I played cricket with at Queen's Park for a number of years. Clint is the coach of the North team. and of course Michael Williams, who's been in and around the youth cricket for some time now, is managing the North team. Ravi Tilak is the manager of the South team, and Stephen Prasad is their coach. So people who are involved in the cricket are the ones who are in charge of these youngsters here today.
Yeah.
But it's always a good sign when the players, I think the umpires are asking for the North batsmen. The South players are out there, but there are no batsmen. And the two umpires for today, Ricardo Fraser and Narendra Sicharan, the two umpires. And I think the umpires are anxious to get play started.
A bit strange to start with. The entire South team is on the park. And we still await the openers from North.
Yes. And most times, you know, the funny thing about this is most times batsmen are anxious to try to get out there as early as possible, so you get a look at the conditions. You want to be out there and making sure that you get a feel for the conditions. But right now, the North batsmen, I'm not quite sure if they're just trying to figure out. Now, I went out earlier this morning to have a look at the wicket. It's devoid of grass. They just have some like dry grass rolled in to bind the wicket together. But the wicket, now remember we had a lot of rain, so I want to believe these wickets would have been covered.
Yeah.
But the amount of rain that we had, there would have been some kind of a seepage or water coming up at some point on these wickets, and I think that is what the maybe the South team would be hoping for here, and you know, but the wicket, I'm not quite sure really how to describe it for you. There are spots on the wicket, so, but I don't think they're cricket ball spots. Those weren't created by balls, because parts of the pitch that I'm seeing it wouldn't be bowling there, if you know what I mean.
It looks
So,
like moisture.
yeah, so it has to be some kind of moisture, and whether it's rolled into the to the wicket that way, or they just try to smoothen it out, to plane it out as best as they possibly can. But it's going to be interesting. The umpires are waiting. They keep calling for the batsmen, and for some reason we don't have the batsmen just yet.
Yeah, I don't know what's taking place in the dugout. Is it a case of they're not getting their uniforms as yet?
Well, they had their, I saw them in their uniform, but we saw them in their uniform, whether they have their kits with them. But most of these players have their personal kits, you know, and that used to be a big thing when you come with your kit, because sometimes for like somebody like myself who would have been playing, you know, you're playing in school, you're playing with club, you're playing with zones, so you have equipment. You have to have equipment to do that. But you know, sometimes in school, some of the batsmen, some of the players, they don't have equipment, so you would lend them, you know, your equipment to work with. And hence the reason why somebody like myself, who did a bit of bowling and batting, so there we have the two batsmen finally making their way out, and they would be no doubt trying to do it. Joseph Mendoza, number 31, and also going out with him,
Sarup.
Samir Sarup.
Yeah. So, Sarup and Mendoza, the batsman, the opening batsman for the North team. Standing umpire is Mr. Narendra Sicharan. So, Aiden Ratcher with ball in hand from the northern end. Aiden Ratcher, who attends Presentation College San Fernando, that school that has been so dominant in secondary schools cricket, and he's been a real live wire with ball in hand. He has some pace about him, can be lively. So wait to see how he goes on the surface. Samir Sarup, left-hander. So attacking field to start with. There's 2 slips, a gully, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, shortish mid-wicket, and a fine leg.
So I think all is in place now for the start of proceedings here. And the left-handed Samir Sarup is getting ready to take strike in this encounter. North. Batting first here against South in the North-South Classic. These are under 17s.
Rising delivery from Ratchet to start with, pounding in at sort of a back length area.
It's interesting that he opted to bowl from around the wicket straight away to the left-hander.
Something that we've seen a lot of, that angle from around the wicket to the left-handed batsman. Just a matter of that ball angling in and then just sort of leaving off the seam or slightly in the air. Another lifting delivery. And with Ratcher, he tends to operate in that back of a length area, Ruskin, and you know, you want to see him with that little bit of extra pace. You want to see him pitch up the ball, make the batsman play. But
that is, again, to a large extent, this is how the game has changed, or is changing right before our very eyes. Because look at these youngsters, they're all learning to hit a sort of back of the length, because they're not encouraged most times to bowl the ball up to try to extract swing. Most times they're being asked to limit run scoring, so it's almost like it's drilled into them to to operate short of a good length, or even operate on the short side, force the batsman to apply power on the shots.
Yeah, it's sort of a defensive length, and this is a lot better. This one is straighter and pitching and just angling away from Sarup.
And this is what I would like.
This one pitched on a good length and starts to leave, so a good area for Ratcher to be more consistent in. Pitching that ball up and just to see if that foot is moving early on from the openers. And this one seems to take the edge. The finger is going up, so Ratcher strikes. Sarup has to go for no score. Caught at the wicket. Keeper Alan Suchet. Early strike for South.
It was a good delivery, good lifting delivery, and I suppose that was the fear. Look at it, look at the bounce. Now he's pulling the bat down where it brushed the glove on the way through, and but he seems very dejected indeed, but it did pass very close to that glove. he's not happy coming off them. In a game like this, you want to score runs, and unfortunately for the young man, couldn't get off the mark.
Yeah. That was another lift and delivery from Aiden Ratcher. Unfortunately, he couldn't get the glove down in time just to drop the hands to allow it to go by. But immediate success for South. Very first over. Able to remove Samir Sarup. So Ryan Yearwood is in at 3.
So again, he too is left-handed. And I'm sure he'll be trying desperately to do a little bit better. Not need to get some runs on the board in order to challenge the South team in this encounter. But South off to a brilliant start. A wicket with no run on the board right now. And that's ideal for any team. I'm sure Captain Christian Rampasad would be thrilled.
Yeah. Excellent start. Lifts the spirit of the entire bunch.
I must say the ground looks a picture.
This time. Well negotiated by Yearwood. That rain that we've had in the last couple of days has really made the outfield a lot more green.
It has. It has improved proceedings. The end of the over, at the end of the first over, it's 1 wicket for no run, so to speak.
A wicket maiden to start with from Aiden Ratcher.
So again, this is an ideal start for South. I'm sure they're trying now to see how best they can keep the pressure on, bearing in mind this is still a limited overs game, so limiting run scoring is crucial. Wickets are important, but the limiting of the run scoring is also part of the deal here. And I suppose, Kadeem, you wonder, no total is safe now in limited overs cricket, because it just seems as if batsmen just seem to figure out ways to chase down runs no matter what you post. Guys somehow find a way.
Yeah, never stop attacking. Always looking to score runs. Left-handed Alexander Chase, wide delivery to start with.
But at least you see him a slightly different approach. He's actually giving the ball air to swing.
Yeah.
And plus he's left-handed, so that produces a natural angle for him.
Left-hander somehow just manages to get that natural swing. Somehow they just put that ball in the air and it just does a thing or two.
Hayes again, just pitching and leaving the right-hander, which is kind of like standard for left-handers. Where they become dangerous is when they're able to bring the ball back into the right-hander.
Yeah. Surprise delivery. See how Chase goes. Mendoza, though, likes to field ball on bat. This one is worked away into the mid-wicket area. Mendoza gets off the mark, and the North get going. They get their first runs. First runs off the bat. Certainly, it's 2 for 1.
And again, when you're playing 50 over cricket, one of the things that I realize a lot of people, even senior batsmen, somehow don't appreciate. It's 300 balls, so it's a lot of balls that you could, if you look at it this way, work it out like this. If you score a run of ball, that's 300 runs,
Yeah.
that you have on the board. But for some reason, we tend to somehow figure out we can, magically
Yes.
produce something and not understand that that's another great delivery coming back in at the left-hander.
Cutting Yearwood in half. Oh, was Chase. Pitching on a good length and coming back sharply, but it's always easier to see from up in the box. But when you're batting out there, it's a matter of conditions and bowlers being on their mark. So we always have in our minds single off every ball. But
Bolden, beauty, going right through the gate. And again, it's all part of the length that he's bowling. He's bowling a much fuller length, and he's giving himself a chance to hit the stumps, and that's exactly what he did. Alexander Chase should be very happy with it. He has a nice high action, and you could see him there just putting the ball right on spot. It probably tailed in a little bit and just went right through the gate and clipped the off stump, knocked it clean out of the ground.
Excellent delivery from Alexander Chase. Yearwood, though, will be disappointed. He goes for no score. And it's North 2 for 2 in the second over. Excellent start from the South Pacers. And both opening bowlers producing a wicket in their first over.
And contrasting styles in terms of how they actually bowling, because I'm really happy to see Chase pitching the ball up and not afraid to force the batsman to try to drive him. And that's exactly what Yearwood was trying to do, trying to play a ball coming onto the front foot and just playing all around it, really, and losing his off stump. And so the new batsman is Ismail Ali. A youngster out of Manzanilla. And you look at some of the spectators, these are some of the parents who would be cheering on their kids, hoping for them to do well. And, and to me that is so important in any sport or any endeavor that your children are involved in, that the parents be there to lend the support and to let them know you're supporting them.
Yeah.
There's another delivery. This one lifting a little bit and just forcing the batsman. Ali, surprisingly, is playing that with a kind of a horizontal bat. He didn't even have to play at it. From the time you judge the length, that is not going to hit the stump, so you don't even need to play at a delivery like that, let alone try to play with a horizontal bat. You're really asking for trouble.
Yeah. Especially when a team 2 for 2.
Here he goes
This one's
again.
another good delivery. We're just doing a bit too much.
Just tailing in, heading down leg side, according to the umpire. But Chase is certainly getting good rhythm. And you can see that ball tailing in. That's the one that really is a similar delivery that got rid of Yearwood. And only on this occasion, it got the putt to end the over at the end of over number 2. It's 2 for 2 North after they were put in by South. Let's welcome you back here. Again, our thanks to Price Club for making this game possible at many levels. And I'm sure the players will be eternally grateful as well. Here's another delivery. He's edging that one and he's out court. So it's just a situation here. It's almost becoming a procession of sort. Joseph Mendoza nowhere in line with that one, just playing at it and nibbling it, nicely taken behind the stumps. So Racha picks up wicket number 2. And again, just look at this one, a little fuller length, but good bonks. And the batsman nowhere in behind the line. He's at the side of the ball and trying to free his arms and pay the ultimate price.
Yeah, another excellent delivery from Racha. So North now it's a bit of trouble at 3 wickets down for just 2 runs on the board. Mendoza, the latest man to be dismissed, goes for 1. So excellent decision by the South skipper Christian Rampersad in winning the toss and choosing to bowl first. A decision well backed up so far by both Racha and Chase. Excellent so far.
So now you can, and this is the other side of what we were discussing earlier, the decision to allow all 14 players to play. So now if you're the North manager and the cream of your batting order at the top has been wiped away, you don't even have 10 runs on the board. If you have a specialist batsman who is not in your starting 11, you would want to see if you could get him into bat at some point in this, just so that you at least could post a total, of some sort, while it also gives him an opportunity to address the selectors as well, which I think is the first reason for that option of allowing all the batsmen to bat and let all the bowlers bowl, so to speak.
Yeah.
But this is a dicey situation for a young man to be coming in to face Adrian Mahies, youngster out of Fatima College.
Yeah. I think a lot of these players too, they know Racha and they know he has that extra zip about him. And it looked in that situation there that Mendoza was just trying to stay leg side of the ball and just flaying the hands at it.
And now is not the time. This is not the time to do that. I mean, okay, in the first 10 overs, the principle is to try to get as many runs as you can. But when you've lost, 2 early wickets, you want to rethink that. You're now going to consolidate a little bit, preserve wickets, and then, push from there.
No one. Yeah. Certainly, a partnership is required, and that consolidation period. You don't want to be stagnant as well. You want to be scoring, picking, looking for those opportunities, hitting those gaps, just to keep the scoreboard ticking. So, as you rightfully mentioned, a dicey situation for Isa Ali and Adrian Mahies.
You have to give credit to the 2 South bowlers. They've really, the 2 different type of bowlers. One is one is quicker, obviously, and he's hitting the deck a little bit harder as well. Yeah. And that's more like it. If it's not going to hit the stump, you don't want to be playing out there too much until you're settled in and you're able to negotiate the ball better. It's the same principle when you're batting at any level. Because you now have to get a feel for the conditions under which you're operating. And so you want to give yourself a chance. And sometimes the man at the non-strikers end is actually the beneficiary of all of this, because he could kind of read the pace of the wicket, the bounce of the wicket, just standing there at the non-strikers end.
Yeah.
You can see what the bowler is doing or likely to do, what the ball is doing off the wicket. So there's a lot of information that the non-striker is gathering here, so that when he comes on strike, nothing surprises him then. He has a pretty good look. In fact, we say we have the best seat in the house when you're at the non-striker's end.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's sort of the thinking that is supposed to be applied.
That's another beauty of a delivery. Again, pitching up a little bit more, forcing the batsman to come onto the front foot and just missing that outside edge.
Yeah, excellent delivery again from Racha. Hustling, bustling approach. Mahies felt as though he needed to play. And,
as I look at Racha with his bowling, of course, this is the bowler in me coming out here now. And he could probably use that left hand a little bit more just to keep his body a little bit upright, a little bit longer, and so you could get a little more pace off the wicket as well. He kind of drops it. He just puts it up and brings it back down without really putting it up and doing it. But it's the end of the over. Another pretty good one. It's 3 wickets for 2 runs.
Yeah. Another wicket maiden by Racha. It's about 2 overs, 2 wickets for no runs.
I mean, you have to be happy for them because, you know, part of this thing too, Kadeem, this is kind of like a culmination for these youngsters, you know. They would have been playing so much cricket in school, you know, and even for their clubs, some of them, you know, that now you get a chance here, especially guys who are playing at club level, because remember they're playing with older guys, you know, more senior players. Now you come down to this level, so you're playing with the age group now, and you are like the senior guy inside of there. That's another beauty of a delivery, but again, might be doing a little too much tailing back in. And Chase is certainly asking serious questions of the North batsman. A little bit of movement, and that is probably what is worrying them the most.
Yeah. He's giving that ball enough time to do what it has to do. He's pitching the ball up. Alexander Chase. I like the fact that he's offering a left-handed different approach.
And there's another beauty of a delivery. Goes right through him again. There's an appeal, but not out, says the umpire. I don't know if they're appealing more in excitement than anything else, but again, he was close to that stump, coming in between the bat and pad. And the batsmen have to be very watchful because you want to play with a straight bat. You don't want to go across the line of the ball, but you also have to accommodate the inward movement of the ball. So it's a bit of a challenge right now for them.
Yeah, Chase asking questions.
So a little bit shorter this time. Cut away nicely, and that might get 4 runs. In fact, it is the first boundary of the morning, and that's brilliantly played by Ali, getting on top of the bounce here and squirting it away down behind point for 4 runs.
Excellent shot again from Ali to get off the mark. Just allowed it to come on to him and just open the face, getting it behind point and picking up a boundary. So
here he is again. That's another beauty of a delivery coming into the left-handed batsman, and those are really the danger deliveries because those are the ones that could also hit the stump. So as a batsman, you have to be so watchful for those deliveries. Unlike the right-hander, that delivery would be going across the right-hander.
Yeah.
So if you're a certain distance forward and it beats the outside edge, chances are it's also going to beat the stump. But for the left-hander, you're not quite sure because the movement is in towards the stump. There he is again reaching for that one and just getting it off the toe end of the bat and can't get a run.
yeah.
You know, so you're seeing the challenge that the batsman is facing here. You know, he wants to score, as you said, because he wants to try to rotate the strike, but he can't go for anything too extravagant right now. He has to be watchful.
Yeah, needs to be watchful.
Yeah, he goes again and trying to score, trying to push on with things, but not able to do so at the moment. It's the end of another pretty good over. 4 overs completed. It's 3 wickets for 6 runs.
Yeah, I like the fact that Isa Ali is looking to be positive. Still has in the back of his mind he wants to score. So, but it's been an excellent period so far for the South bowlers, both Racha and Alexander Chase. Racha to continue 2 overs for no runs, picking up 2 wickets. Both openers. Samir Sarup for no score on Mendoza for just 1.
Now, as a captain now, you're thinking, okay, we have 3 wickets in the bag. You want to press on for more wickets here. So you want to keep these 2 going for as long as you possibly can. Here he is again nibbling at one outside the off stump. Mahes would be better advised to leave that alone because it's what we call one of those get-out shots, because he's just dabbing at the ball. He's not trying to hit it forcefully.
Yeah.
And it's too close. It's so close to the glove, you know, to that part of the bat that you can't really do much with it.
Yeah, there's 2 slips in there, 2 slips. Gully, third man, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, and again,
Yep.
beaten. Looking to go for the sort of a repeat of the previous delivery.
And that's a delivery. It's so close to him that he's probably a better advisor. If you're going to play that, try to play it. If you're playing with a horizontal bat, you have to get on top of the ball. He's still under the ball quite a bit, so he's not in control of the shot. But some of these bats are so big and power and strong, you know, they're so beefy that any kind of touch might carry it. You never know how far.
Stacked offside field, just one man on the leg side at a shortish mid-wicket. So Ratcha though is operating outside the off stump, so skipper able to stack up and pack up that offside field.
And that's a big ask for a fast bowler, because you're asking him to bowl outside the off stump. I would much prefer if you give him a little more protection, but let him bowl at the stumps. That is what I'm referring to. You give him that little protection on the onside and let him bowl at the stumps a little bit more, or just outside the off stump. When you pack the outside field, it's almost like you're saying to the bowler, bowl outside the off stump, because you don't want to stray on the pads at all. You know, so you're asking him to bowl outside the off stump, which under these conditions and given the state of the game, I don't think is absolutely necessary. You want him to attack the stumps as much as possible, and to do that, give him a square leg. If you want to do a mid-on or mid-wicket, fine, but give him a short square leg or a short fine leg, just that additional protection.
Yeah.
It's another beauty of a delivery. Good pace.
Yeah. Racha working up some steam. Isa Ali. Yeah, this one just rising and leaving the left-hander. Some of the spectators on hand, I'm sure.
Former cricketers themselves, or parents of one of the youngsters offering advice. That's an even better delivery. And again, the batsmen are having a hard time getting to the ball or reaching the ball. And at the end of another pretty good over from Racha. And at the end of that over, it's 7 for 3. So welcome you back here once again. Thanks ever so much to the Price Club for making it possible for us to be able to bring you the action here today on 360 Cricket 360. And this has worked away nicely. This could be 4 runs. It is in fact 4 runs, and a good way to just start the over from a batting perspective. It was aligned with the body, and he didn't try to do too much with it. Mahis just get bat onto ball and turn it away from the man at that's backward square leg for 4 runs.
Yeah, well played by Mahis. Picking up 4. There's no fine leg in place. Just a square leg. It's to the right of the square leg umpire. There's a mid wicket also. So Chase changing the angle. And this time from around the wicket. 1 slip, a gully. Third man, backward point, extra cover. A short cover. Mid off. mid wicket and a square leg. A slightly more balanced feel, for chase. And this one is outside the off stump and well fielded, but nonetheless Mahi is able to come through for a single.
And again, you can see Mahi's liking to play the ball, a little bit away from the body. He likes to free his arms outside that off stump. And on that occasion, he played it well enough. He got on top of it and it's quitted out square. It was a good bit of fielding as well that denied him maybe a second run or possibly even a third. But he shows that tendency to want to play away from the body. That's a great shot.
So it's handsomely driven. Some good work in the outfield. Man from mid-off running around and doing the fielding, just a single.
Alvin Sonny doing very well.
Yeah.
And, but he didn't hit it. He didn't try to hit it too hard, Ali. He just kind of caressed it and played it out in front of him and played it straight with a straight bat. And that is what I like to see from these youngsters.
Yeah. This one is beauty again.
Beauty, yes.
Yeah, angling in and leaving the Mahis.
Now, again, it's the same thing we were talking about. The minute the bowler recognizes where batsmen are limited or are restricted, they could find those sweet spots and just feed them there. Now, he's bowling from around the wicket now, so that ball is kind of angling into the right hand and then tailing away from the outside edge.
This one's going to have to reload this one. Wide signaled by the umpire. Probably just looking for that variation, that one that just holds the line.
Keeps tailing in. Yep.
Yeah.
And but you look at his action, and he has a fairly high action. But I'm still trying to check if he's bowling off the wrong foot. There's a little stutter at the very end, at the point of delivery. And he brings the hand over very quickly.
Yeah.
It's a fast, a whippy hand action.
I was about to ask you that though, if you make out anything like bowling off the wrong foot.
But I think he's safe. I don't think he bowls off the wrong foot. Remember Max Walker from Australia used to do that. Even Roland Sampat here used to also bowl off the wrong foot, so to speak. There was a little hop just at the point of delivery. And but that's the end of the over. Now I'm a little bit puzzled. Did the umpire call a wide for that delivery, or he reversed it? Because this is what I'm saying. Because you couldn't call a wide and then call the end of the over, but he reversed the decision, and so he might have just brushed the pad on the way through. 14 for 3 at the end of 6.
Ali and Mahis sort of trying to form a little bit of a partnership just to resist some of these some resistance to the South bowlers. They've been on the money so far. 6 overs gone. Ratcher into his fourth, induces another fall shot from Ali.
And a bowling a slightly fuller length to what he's bowled previously, and this way he's engaging the batsmen. He's getting them to want to play because it's close enough to them and it's full enough as well. Now the batsman has to work out, what is the length that the bowler is trying to bowl to him, and counter that length. Which is better. Again, he's pitching it up to him now. And so a little bit of change in his strategy. Earlier he was trying to bump the ball and try to get lift off the wicket. Now he's pitching it up a little bit more and maybe allowing the wicket to do the variation for him.
Yeah. And again, that packed offside field. Just one man on the leg side. Again, at a straightish mid-wicket, wide mid-on.
That's a good shot.
Yeah.
Might only get one. If they hurry, they might get a second one. They weren't too interested initially, and the chance probably was missed there with the misfield. The ball had ricocheted so far away from the fieldsman that there was a possibility of a second run, but they didn't run the first one hard and put themselves in a position to take advantage.
Yeah. Gets off strike nonetheless is Ali. It's going to be Mahi's 6 from 14 deliveries to take strike.
Again, you could see him, he's just, I don't know, he's slightly late, you know, or he's making the decision very late as to what he wants to do. Here he was trying to open the face to some degree, but he's playing the ball, at least he's playing it close to his body and not going out trying to reach the ball. Just allow the ball to come to him. Now as a bowler, what you want to do is to bowl that same length and maybe just bowl it a little bit outside the off stump and see if he comes to that there as well.
Yeah.
Here he's right in behind it, which is good to see. But that's a ball that is on the stump, you know, so he's playing from right there. What, as the bowler now, you're trying to see, okay, if he's going to play there, let's see if he plays the same thing slightly, you know, 6 inches further.
Yeah.
To the right, to the off stump, towards the off stump, and let's see if he do the same thing.
Yeah.
Because some of the batsmen are not inclined to try to get behind the line. You see here again, he's reaching for that one, and he gets 4 runs. A little bit of a clumsy fielding down there from Chase, and he got around to it, but he just couldn't. He didn't get the barrier behind the ball, and it just snuck under his body.
Yeah, this time again, I mean, he's looking to play through that third man area, going through the second slip and picking up a boundary. Fortuitously though, but North gonna take that at this stage. At the end of 7, it's 19-4-3.
And again, there's a good shot of the Addo Bolden Stadium, part of this whole cluster of sporting facilities. We're at the National Cricket Centre. We have the Addo Bolden Stadium just to, I suppose, just north of us. Behind that stand you're seeing there is the outdoor beach football facility, just as you're driving in that compound. Then as you go further inside, you have the aquatic center, indoor and outdoor pools. You have the cycling velodrome where we were last evening. And then just a little bit to the right of that is the home of football. So quite a bit. That's another good delivery, pitching right up into the block hole. And Ali, watchful, not really trying to do too much with it.
Yeah. Chase, what do you make of Alexander Chase, his approach?
I think he's doing well. Like I said, he probably needs to, well, I suppose at this age, fitness is obviously going to be key. He's again a little bit shorter. Now, if he's stronger, you'll find that because he has this nice whippy, quick hand action, that he'll get quicker. He'll get stronger, no doubt, and but he'll also get the ability to bowl for long spells. Now, I'm not saying he cannot bowl for long spells, but during those long spells, he will probably produce either a couple of wides or what have you. But when you're fitter, he could be more consistent. That's a good ball, and they're going to get a quick single here, and not much the man at mid-off could do about that one, having to run a long way to his left to try to cut that one off, Sonny. In the meanwhile, Ali gets one more. He goes to 7. It's 20 for 3 now.
Yeah, Ali coming down with a straight bat, getting a single.
But that's one of the key things here. He probably just needs to work on his fitness and his strength, his core. There's another one just edging away. And that is kind of like par for the course with him. He does play. He likes to play that horizontal shot outside the off stump there because he's not happy or he's not comfortable getting behind the line fully. And he will give you chances in that slip cordon. He might get some runs as he did there, but he will give you a chance.
And they just got a single. I thought maybe they would think about getting two, because Racha had to come a long way to his right. And this time again, Ali is guiding this one out to backward point, no run.
And that is so indicative of, you know, the way that we play the game of cricket now, in the sense that you want to be thinking about the game a lot, certainly a lot more than we do. This time he just gifts that wicket away. It was a lifting delivery, trying his best, Ali, to cut the ball, and succeeded only in playing it straight into the arms of the man at second slip, and a comfortable, this he goes for 7. It's 21 for 4 now.
Yeah. Rising delivery and looking to cut and not making proper contact, and easy catch taken in the slip. So Ali's little resistance comes to an end. He goes for 7. North now in further trouble at 21 for 4. Chase picks up his second wicket.
It certainly is it's not the best situation for these youngsters. The new batsmen coming in, they know that they have a job to do here now. Jaden Kent, the youngster out of Tobago. So he knows that he has some work to do here to try to get his team out of this hole that they've dug for themselves.
Yeah.
And you have to say that they've dug for themselves because apart from that bowl down, that was such a good delivery. And even then, the shot he was playing, you know, you wonder sometimes why bowlers get wickets, and sometimes the batsmen have a lot to do with it. And this was a case in point here. Again, that was a delivery. He never had control of the ball. He was off the ground trying to cut at it, and then just lobbed a catch to first slip. I thought it was second slip, but he moved to his left, so that's why I thought he was going into that second slip. But it really was the first slip who was actually taking the catch.
Yeah, indecision, like sort of caught between two minds. He was neither here nor there with that shot, and he lost his wicket. And so Kent, right-handed Jaden Kent, and this one is rolling close to the stump. Well, in fact, it's
Mahesh. And because Mahesh tends to, I'm not sure how he's gripping the bat, but because he's always looking to open the face quite a bit, the ball, if that ball is moving into the right-hander, it's going to hit the on the edge of the bat because he's not presenting the full face of the bat to the ball.
Yeah.
He is again chopping this one. Just going to have to hurry. Just misses. Well, it was an opportunity at a run out there, and he took aim and fired. Unfortunately, he missed, but it wasn't by much.
Yeah, just pushing it into the offside, and Kent slightly delayed the start. And I think he would have made it.
Might have been home.
Yeah, might have been
home. Yep.
Would have made it in the end. So it's the left-handed Jaden Kent, man out of Tobago. Let's see what he can do out here as the sun continues to bake the surface, and you think, Ruskin, the more time that these batsmen spend out there, its surface is going to become a little bit harder, and run scoring is going to become a bit easier.
But again, that's the impatience of youth. You know, you want to get on with things. Big drive from Kent there, and but again, the situation of the game doesn't really warrant a shot like that, because while you might get runs, you're risking getting out as well. at a point where your team is what, 21 for 4, 22 for 4?
Yeah,
It should usually be 22 for 5.
It's just not worth it at this stage. Another good delivery. And good feeling again from the backward point fielder. Looks to be the captain, Rampasad.
And this is kind of like the challenge that as a batsman you have to overcome. You know, the bowlers are on top right now. Okay, fine. Let's see if we could kind of nullify that for the next 2 or 3 overs. Keep it quiet, not lose another wicket. There he goes, edging at one, and he's out caught at the wicket. And certainly, it's almost as if the batsman just not learning. That was a horizontal bat to a ball so close to him that he was always going to just get out playing that shot. Look at how close that ball is to him. His momentum is taking him forward, so he's going towards the ball. And his body is not stationary. Look at him, he's on the move. Watch. And there's no way he's going to play that ball comfortably. And he just gifts his wicket away without scoring. It's 22 for 5 now.
Yeah, another breakthrough from Aiden Ratcher. 22 for 5. And North really, really in some trouble here at this stage, Ruskin. And, you know, you wonder the approach and the mindset of the batsmen. Definitely the bowling team is on top. And the just situation does not call for you playing shots. Really just respect what the bowlers are doing. They're on top. And it's just not happening for the North batsmen. 5 back in the pavilion already. We've not yet completed 10 overs. We're into the 9th. And already half of the team back inside.
And the vice captain is now out there, Abdul Rahim Toppin. So maybe we will see a slight change in approach. Because as you said, it's not a shot first approach that you have to take here. This is about trying to preserve wickets for the moment, and you know, think about posting some kind of total for South to chase.
Yeah, and it's an ideal situation as well for the batters to come, to show some steel, some resistance, and just to try and form a partnership. And as we know, the longer you spend out there, it's going to become easier. But first, you need to be out there.
And top in again, making contact with his first delivery, but it's the end of the over. Another successful one for that man, Ratcher. He picks up his 3rd wicket at the end of it. 22 for 5 after 9.
Ratcher, 5 overs, 3 wickets for just 7 runs. He has been brilliant with the new ball, and so too is his bowling partner, Alexander Chase, 4 overs, 2 for 15. 2 completely different approaches from the opening pair. Chase offering the left arm angle. Got a bit of swing.
And there's the cycling center that we were referencing earlier. We had some good battles there last night, including a track record by Nicholas Paul, 9.78 in the flying 200. But that's, you know, you look at 9.7, it says that's a record for this velodrome. But his world record is 9.1. So he wasn't going as fast as he did then. Because if you notice, his supporters last night, what we call them the Red Army, they all have on their backs 9.1. They have Nicholas at the top and Paul at the bottom, but they have the 9.1 in bold He's looking for a single. It's not there. And luckily for him, he slams on the brakes and gets back in.
Yeah, right decision in the end from Adrian Mahis. He's been out there for some time now. He's on 12 from 21 deliveries.
But he's living dangerously at times, and especially when he goes fishing outside that off stump. Now, it might be a productive area for him, but it's flirted with danger, Yeah, he goes again playing at deliveries outside the off stump. Now, to his credit, or in his defense, that one kept appreciably low. It's like a two-pace on the wicket. But if you get behind the line of the ball, because to do that you have to keep your eyes on the ball. So when the ball does anything unusual, especially like that, at least you're behind the line of the ball. That ball is outside the off stump, so he would have been outside the off stump as well. But right now he's just a little bit hesitant now, and that's kind of like, how should I say, the residue from the ball before, because he's hesitant now to go outside the off stump because the ball is doing, it's two-pace. The bounce is uneven.
Yeah.
So he's wary of going outside that off stump.
Chase continues to ask questions. He's pitching the ball up and he's getting the response from the surface.
Yeah, he is again. He's on a good line and a good length there right now to Mahis rather. Mahis, of course, is not a tall batsman or a big batsman, so his reach isn't that big, that long. So he tends to play from right within his crease right here. His center of gravity is very small, so he tends to play from pretty much in that little circle in front of him there. Here he is again. He's going to have to hurry, and does he get back? And he's out, run out. Well. He was always a little bit jittery, trying to get on with things, and he was sent back there by his vice captain Toppin and paid the ultimate price. Look at how far down the wicket he had reached and had a long way to go. He almost ran the length of the pitch twice. The return wasn't the best, but the wicketkeeper still, and to compound the situation, he just dipped the bat. He didn't really try to drag the bat into the crease. He just kind of dipped it, and he dipped it short of the crease and goes run out for 12, and more problems now for North. They are 22 for 6.
Yeah, just didn't thought it had a single in it. It was hit straight to the extra cover fielder. And Mahis, as you mentioned, always jittery, and it's proved to be his downfall. So, not a dismissal that you would like to see at this stage, but it's 6 down now, 6 for 22 at the end of 10 overs.
And that brings the captain to the wicket, Ramguli, and as he gets ready to take his first strike, we'll take this quick message and come back with more. As we welcome you back here, so the captain and the vice captain are now at the crease, and this is really, if you were the South team, you would be thinking that this is look at the signal from the umpire, of course, power play. But what a precarious situation to find yourself, 22 for 6 after 10.
Yeah, proven to be a difficult task for North so far. None of the batsmen able to really stand up and be counted for. 6 down for 22. Abdul Rahim Toppin and Ramguli What better time for these two to come good? Chased into his sixth over, Ratcher rather, into his sixth over. Extended spell because of how good he's bowling at this time.
And he may get rested after this one, but if he picks up another wicket, I would tell the captain, keep it going, you know. But if he gets a fourth wicket here now for you, why stop? Because you're thinking, you know, it's only bowlers to come now, you know. So maybe he might be able to prize out another wicket or two in quick succession. So maybe you say, well, if he's doing well, let's give him 6, all right? So he gets another wicket, so let's give him 7. You probably figure, okay, his maximum might be 8. If he bowls out the side in the 8th, well, right. But you're trying to hold back a couple for later on if things turn, as can happen so often in the game of cricket. Driving again, but not able to really pierce the field. So Tuppin and Ramguli, the vice captain and the captain at the crease now. Tuppin on strike, the vice captain, with the bright colored, is that turquoise, is the color of that pad?
Yeah.
You know, I don't think I have anything in my house that color, let alone a pair of cricket pads. But it's the nature of the game these days.
It's the pad skin they're covering for the white pad.
Yeah, he's again getting a delivery that is jumping at him. So it's difficult for batting, yes. And if you look at the spots that's being created now from the boot mark, from the left-handed chase, and there you go, as you can see him now trying to get to that spot because he recognizes that there's just that little bit of uneven bounce just outside that off stump there, just short of a good length. So I think driving, he's going to have to be very watchful to deliveries, pitching in there and trying to drive at it. That's another good delivery. He's aiming at that spot also. And he's doing two things. He's keeping the batsman honest. He's giving himself a chance to get a wicket as well. But he's also limiting the scoring because the batsman can't really confidently, you know, make an attacking shot from there.
Yeah. In between length from Ratcher. Very good so far. Really caught the eye here this morning as Tuppin again is pushing this one out into the offside and no run. Again, that's stuck offside field, 2 slips. In fact, 3 slips. Third man, backward point, extra cover, a short cover, mid-off, mid-wicket. Just the one man on the leg side. But at any age group, it requires supreme fitness as a fast bowler to run in for 7-8 overs. In this case, Ratcher into his 6th. Completes his 6th over. At the end of it, score remains at 22 for 6. Maiden one again.
So this is the wicket. Now, is this the wicket earlier today? While they were rolling it this morning, and look at how scarred it looks, you know, as they were trying to prepare the wicket. But once they were able to roll it, a lot of that kind of abrasion that you're seeing there, most of it rather, would have been smoothened out. So credit to the ground staff here for preparing the wicket. But again, this is as a result of that amount of rain that we had last week. That just changed everything, you know, the whole dynamic. I suppose preparing the wicket would not have been possible at that point in time, so you had to allow it to dry out to some degree. Now, when that happens, here's the other challenge now for the ground staff. Do you put more water on it? Or how much water do you put on it to help with the preparation? Or do you not put any water at all? You know, so it's all of those things that they would have had to factor in. As you look at Alvin Sonny, getting ready to pick up the attack. He replaces Chase.
Alvin Sonny, another medium piece. Another challenge for Ramguli and Toppin. And what sort of approach do they take now with slightly, well, a change in operation? Alvin Sonny.
So here he goes. A marked reduction in pace, but I suppose he's just trying to loosen up, get everything working. You know, as a bowler, when you run up to bowl that first ball, it feels so different, and you're just happy to get through that first delivery, and make sure that okay, fine, now I could start to bowl now, and get. But that first ball sometimes could be very, very curious.
Wide signaled by the umpire Fraser. But fast bowling is hard work, takes a lot out of the body, requires fitness, strong core, shoulders, legs, works the entire body.
Another one outside the off stump, so he's really has adopted a line that is outside the off, and at that pace, he cannot afford to be, you know, all over the place, so to speak. So he's doing the smart thing. He's adopting a line. He could adjust it a little bit straighter, but I suppose that will come in time. But at least he's keeping it on that off stump, outside the off stump.
Yeah, and of course Ramguli and Toppin still really play the situation smartly. You know, you don't want to go too attacking to Sonny, the new bowler, and then give your wicket away and expose a sort of the tail too early in the piece. So a bit of a really a precarious situation, Ruskin.
And he's probably just a little too short right now. Probably at that pace, I think he could get away with pitching it up. They may go after him, but like I say, any kind of movement at all, and any big expansive drive could land the batsman in trouble. But he's just a little too short because the batsman is just kind of standing up there and playing him with few alarms.
Yeah.
Let's see if he's able to just pitch one up, maybe get a little swing or a little deviation off the wicket. And he goes wide again. He did get some swing there, but it started wide and it stayed wide.
Yeah, not yet found his radar. Is Sonny still really trying to get into his stride. Again, met to the full face of the bat by Ramguli. Brings to the end 12 to over at the end of it. Score 24 for 6. Let's take a quick break here.
As we welcome you back here at the National Cricket Centre, another bowling change, it looks like, up at that at the top end, where Luke Ali, or is it Anil Ruplal rather, is the one coming in. It's not a tall man, Ruplal. So finally, Racha gets a bit of a breather, and Ruplal is going to pick up the attack. So 6 straight for Ratcha. 3 wickets to go with that. So I think he'll be happy with his outing so far.
Yeah, really caught the eye is Eden Ratcha with his pace, hostility, and come to the end of his spell, he was able to pitch the ball up a little bit more. So Ruplal, a leg break bowler, operating from the northern end, and the top end gets off the mark. 25 for 6 it is.
The running between the wickets also, those are just areas that they, these youngsters now have to kind of address seriously. As a batsman, if you're harboring thoughts of going on to play for Trinidad and Tobago, because that would be the next step for some of these youngsters. So some of them would have already played national team at under 15 level. Now they're trying to step up to the under 17 level as well. That was a googly, but it pitched so far outside the off stump.
Yeah, and you see Brendan Boodoo in at slip. He was the captain of the successful Trinidad and Tobago under 15 team that toured Antigua. They went on to win its championship. He was at the helm.
That's another beauty of a delivery that just spun past the outside edge.
Yeah, very good delivery from Ruplal. The difficult art though is spin bowling.
But he gives the ball a nice little tweak, and and again too, as he gets stronger, he could probably put more revs on the ball as he gets a little bit stronger. Right now, you look so much height he has to give it just to be able to try to pitch it properly. And that's a wide signal by the umpire. This time he has to hurry again, and the return just misses. But again, the batsmen living dangerously with this, running between the wickets. They really need to sort it out.
Yeah. At this stage, the calling needs to be precise. Would not want another run out at this stage. Ill-advised. And again, Toppin is pushing this one out into the offside.
It's the end of the over. A quick one, indeed. At the end of it, 27 for 6. The first one, Ruplal. A time for a refreshment break for these youngsters. So North could probably breathe a little bit now because they've been under constant pressure. 13 overs completed. 27 for 6. That's the latest here at the NCC. As we welcome you back here, we're looking at Sonny continuing, and again, just pitching it up and at a nice length, not a gentle medium pace. It's kind of like the medium pace that you would anticipate would be very productive in a place like England or New Zealand, where the ball will do something off the wicket, and India.
Yeah.
On the legs, clipped away nicely, and it's getting close to the boundary. May not get there, and actually it is over the boundary. A valiant effort there, just trying to hold it in, and right on top of it there was Ramguli, and clipped it away nicely for a boundary. Trying his best there to hold it back. That looks like Ruplal was trying to complete the fielding.
Yeah, nice shot by Ramguli. It's getting inside the line and working it into that mid-wicket area. And picking up 4, so 31 for 6. And the run scoring still remains the primary thing for a batsman.
They thought for a moment there of a quick single, but given the kind of indecision that we're seeing, and with the batsmen not on the same page, any kind of quick single is a real risk at the moment. And these two, I'm sure, being the captain and the vice captain, I suppose, will have to really shoulder the responsibility the rest of the way now to get their team out of danger.
Really up to these two, Toppin and Ramguli. Slightly more balanced feel for Sonny. Just the one slip. A gully. Backward point this time. Pinching a single into that square leg region.
Much better, a well-judged single. And again, the fielder fairly deep there, that short square leg position. And the batsman setting off immediately and playing. And he didn't play the ball like powerfully towards the fielder. It had to travel to get to him, and giving him more than enough time to nip a single. So Ramguli goes up to 6 now. Toppin, who's on 1.
So just the one slip. Gully, backward point. Extra cover, long off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a square leg.
Again, brilliant fielding and forcing the batsmen to have to change their mind about a quick single.
Yeah, excellent.
And a good return too, that struck the stumps.
Excellent return from Brendan Buru at that short cover position.
Yeah, that completes the over. At the end of it, 32 for 6 at the end of over number 14.
And this is sort of fielding that really lifts the energy of the bunch of guys backing up their bowlers.
Yeah, it gives you a real boost when the fielders do their part.
Ruplal to continue.
So it's really, a question of how can the North batsmen really dig in here and manufacture some runs as well. That's nicely played. They're going to get at least a single.
We're not taking too much risks. Is Ramguli going about it quite smart so far. He moves on to 7, picking up those singles on offer.
They have to, because that's one way to start. You start by just getting the scoreboard ticking over. I mean, and you try to do it 1s and 2s. If you get a boundary, fine. But in the main, you're probably trying to average maybe 3 runs and over to begin with. Most of them would probably come in singles. Yeah, they're going to get an extra run. That return is a wayward one, way too high. Although you felt the wicketkeeper should have had it, he just didn't take it cleanly and gifted them a second run.
Yeah.
Sure, Toppin won't mind too much.
Yeah, definitely taking everything on offer. 35 for 6. And you know those singles, it really gets you going, gets your innings going, gets the blood pumping when that ball starts hitting the middle of your bat.
And you look at the bowler here, Ramguli, again, he gives the ball generous flight. That's a Googly again coming into the right-hander. He just seemed a little bit cramped trying to play that. He probably was reading it off the wicket and then whipped it through the onside. But it wasn't as well flighted as some of the previous deliveries. And I would like to see him produce a leg break with that same speed and see how the batsman adjusts to it.
This one is way too full. You can't get a single. Is Ramguli. Some good fielding out at extra cover.
He bowls a googly again, but it's starting so far outside the off stump that it's unlikely to hit the wicket unless it really, as you say, turns square.
Yeah, but he's getting some pitches from surface and getting some spin.
So that completes another over, and 15 completed. It's 36 for 3. Or should I be 36 for 6?
36 for 6. Yeah.
Coming from North, I probably would have liked it to be 36 for 6. But for 3, but it's not. It's 36 for 6. And I can't even think what I could get in the market at that rate, 36 for 6. I can't even get O'Crows 36 for 6. Maybe I could get some pimentos. 36 for 6. And again, just our viewers who might be logging on at different times, and just to tell you, Sarup made a duck. It was 1 wicket for no run at that time. Yearwood made a duck also, bowled by Chase. It was 2 for 2. It was 2 for 3 when Mendoza was caught at the wicket of Racha's bowling. This is another ball pitching up here by Sonny, driven nicely. Then we had Ali out for 7, caught Budo, bowled Chase, 21 for 4. Kent, Jaden Kent, out for no score, caught at the wicket of Batcha's bowling, 22 for 5, and then 22 for 6 with a run out of Mahes. Another short delivery, and on the back foot it goes Toppin, but he can't punch it through the offside. Toppin looks very relaxed, very sort of methodical, very deliberate in his movement. There he is, on the front foot, pushing that one through.
Yeah, upright approach.
Very, very almost nonchalant sometimes. You know, he just seems to be so smooth. I suppose if you were to liken him to a batsman right now, you'd probably liken him to Shamar Brooks to some degree. Although Brooks seemed to have more time.
Yeah.
That's powerfully driven, but well fielded by the bowler. Just knocking it down, didn't have to stop it cleanly.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he's fairly upright when he bats.
Yeah, upright approach. And he's a tall man as well. Toppin.
You could see him he really wants to score, and he's feeling now that he wants to really expand his game a little bit. But Sonny, like I said, is the type of bowler. All he wants is just a little deviation off the wicket. And as a batsman, you can land in trouble because he's slow enough that you feel like you want to get after him. Again, driven nicely, but this can't get it through. And that completes another quick over. 36 for 6 at the end of 16 overs. That's the latest here at the NCC. Let's welcome you back. And again, our thanks to the Price Club for making it possible for us to be able to bring you the action here in Cricket 360. We hope you're enjoying it wherever you are. If you're a northerner, you're worried. Here's a nicely flighted delivery that is driven powerfully into the offside. But 36 for 6 is not what you probably, when you signed on, you're probably wondering if this was an old game and a replay of something else, but it is live here at the NCC. South winning the toss, asking not to bat, and that decision was justified very well. Here's again just getting in behind and playing it out in front of him.
Yeah, decision well backed up by the fast bowling pair of Ratcha and Chase.
That's a quicker delivery. This could be close. Not out, says the umpire. But you could see the arm action. He really rushed that one through. And the googly spinning back into the right-hander. Look at how quick this one was compared to the others. And the inward movement, whoa. That was tight. Very close indeed. And if anything, it might have just struck him outside the off stump. That might be the only thing that saved him there. Because the bat was nowhere near the ball. And it just crashed into the pad.
Yeah, maybe just struck outside off stump.
On the move. The end of a pretty good over. Another maiden. 36 for 6 at the end of 17.
Yeah. Continue to put the squeeze on the north. Batsman is South. Completely on top at this stage. 36 for 6. Remember South winning the toss this morning and choosing to bowl first. A decision that was reinforced by the bowlers. Alvin Sonny to continue into his 4th over. None for 7. And slower of the two fast bowlers, the faster bowlers that we've seen this morning.
I think we've been very generous when we call him a fast bowler. This one is driven nicely. That's 4 runs. I don't think he's going to get a run for that. The man at long off. And that one speeds into that deep extra cover region for 4 runs. That's a pretty good shot indeed there from the tall right-hander.
Yeah,
Top in.
This time getting it through the extra cover region. And previously he was hitting the fielder. This time maybe played it a little bit later and getting the gap and picking up a welcomed boundary. At this stage, 40 for 6 is the score.
So, and again, that should give them a lot of confidence. And but again, they can't get carried away. What you're trying to do now is to try to take advantage of the change in the conditions as the wicket kind of dries out now. As a batting unit, you're thinking now, well, maybe we can. Really try and get on top of the bowlers here. Shorter delivery, punched away again. It goes through. That's not good fielding, and that's 4 more.
Powerfully
played. Right on top of it, and he punched it. That's Alexander Chase out there, and not really getting his body behind the ball. The ball just seemed to squirt under him. And it went down to that backward point boundary for 4 runs.
Yeah, powerfully struck. And the misfield by Chase allows another boundary. And back-to-back boundaries for Topping as he starts getting into his innings. 12 years now from 21.
And again, you can see him, he's beginning to find the middle of the bat now. And so, you know, it looks so much different now. The conditions look so much easier, so much better for batting. Whereas before, the ball was jumping around a little bit, movement as well. There's a slower delivery, just beating him outside the off stump. And it's almost like he was trying to bowl a leg break there. It was so slow that the batsman had to wait on it, and then he missed it.
Yeah. Slow delivery from Sonny, showing us his variations.
You know, fast bowlers, when you talk of fast bowlers, part of the variation is a slower one, and in some cases a faster one. You know, somebody at Sonny's speed, a slower one is a slow one, and then you have a slower one.
So they have this slow one
you
in,
have
in
a slower
caps.
one, yes, and then you have a slower one.
Yeah.
You know,
What was your variation of a slow ball, Ruskin?
most times when you bowl, you're really trying to let the wicket help you. You know, try to help you. You'll bowl a slower one, yes, but in the main, or you try to bowl a faster one. In most cases, so you bowl at a certain pace, you know, and then you try to bowl a really an effort ball to try to get the wicket. It's the end of the over, and another quick 44 for 6 at the end of 18, and we come back with more after this. So again, the conditions look so different now. 44 for 6 North after they were put in by South. And these two trying to do a bit of a repair job here. It was 22 for 6. So now they've added 22 runs, I should say. It's 44 now for the same 6 wickets.
Yeah, partnership forming between Toppin and Ramguli, captain and vice captain. And both have spent some time. Toppin 25 deliveries and Ramguli 20 odd deliveries as well. Just getting accustomed to the conditions, as you mentioned, just maybe flattening out a bit. Ball not doing as much as in that earlier spell. This one is driven a bit uppishly. No run.
And that's the danger when you're bowling Rupal. He's so slow that you always feel you could get at him. And but if you're not careful, you could easily hit the ball in the air, because if you're not there, then you're going to try to go through with the ball. You either hit him straight out the ground, hit him overhead, clearly in a ring. You know, if you're not there, then and you decide to go through with it, you have to go through. Just another beauty. Every so often he can produce that delivery.
Yeah, this one. Ramguli had to play pitching on that middle and leg stump, middle and off the stump line and spinning away. Excellent delivery.
And that was a gift. A full toss on the pads.
Yeah, after you bowl such a good delivery and then the next delivery, full
And
toss.
but that's the strength factor that we were talking about earlier. He doesn't seem as he's strong enough to really, you know, consistently give the ball that rate, and which is kind of like the beauty of what Shane Warne was. He was so strong, 45 for 6 at the end of the over. He could put revolutions on the ball, but because he was so strong, he consistently kept the pressure on, and he could bowl for long spells. And he was fairly tidy too for a leg spinner, Shane Warne.
Yeah.
You know, we tended to think leg spinners would give you one bad ball and over, two bad balls and over sometimes, as we saw here with Ruplal, not Shane Warne. And even here closer to home in Trinidad, Imtiaz Ali, I always admired him for that. He would hardly bowl a bad ball, and he was a leg spinner. And he had good variation as well. You know, he was the one who I used to look at a lot with the flipper, which was kind of like the straighter ball. Everything else would turn, either into you or away from you. And then he'd be able to rush this flipper onto you straight, but fast.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's the thing you tend to admire from leg spinners. It's a difficult art, wrist spin, and
Yep.
to be consistent and plug away is always admirable. Shane Warne, though, his consistency was immaculate. He would hit that consistent area to the right hand and go and then just very slightly bring that wrong one in.
Mm-hmm. There's Sonny again. To Sonny's credit, he knows he's not quick, so he's not like coming too close to the batsman. He's not too much up to the batsman. He's asking the batsman to come and to fetch outside the off stump. You come to me. I am not coming to you. And like I said, with the lack of pace, the batsmen have to be very aware. This time he kind of flights that one. Imagine we're talking about a medium pace bowler, we're talking about flight. But that's what he does. You know, he literally just threw that one up there and asked the batsman to see if he could hit it.
And
You could see him thinking about what he's doing.
these are the sort of bowlers that you really need to pay special attention to. They are the ones that somehow get you breakthroughs as a captain. These medium pacers who just sort of holds that line.
Now here's a challenge. Well, it won't be much of a challenge, but because it's a limited overs game, you have to think now, does he really want to try to bring back one of his front two bowlers, maybe for an over or two? Because if these two settle, you know, you never know. There's a that could be close indeed, and this is out, really. He went right across the wicket there. I thought it had struck him on the pad, but it actually went through and hit the stump. And he is bowled. He seemed to cover everything from the angle that we're looking at here. And the ball again, look at it, angles into the right-hander. He played right across it, and it actually hit the pad, hit his leg, and it went on to hit the stump as well.
Another breakthrough for South. Ramguli has to go for 8. Alvin Sonny striking. It's 45 for 7. No.
I suppose conditions not so sunny for North. Sunny strikes for South. And to his credit, like I said, he understands what his game is, and he's not trying to be what he's not. You know, he's not tearaway, and so he's just bowling within his limitations and showing, you know, that he's quite capable.
Yeah, he's been rewarded for his sort of consistency.
Niall Mingo is the new batsman.
Niall Mingo out of Fatima College.
But he comes in here in another ticklish situation, 7 wickets down. And again, just a little bit of away movement. The ball just deviating off the wicket away from the right-hander to complete the over. And at the end of it, 45 for 7. Now, 20 overs completed. That's the very latest here at the NCC. Well, these look like some, I don't know if they're North supporters or South supporters, but they might be stunned one way or the other. If you're a South supporter, you're stunned to see North at 45 for 7. If you're a North supporter, you're probably flabbergasted at that one. There's another powerful shot. This could be dangerous. The return is just not a good one, and would you believe it? It's going to be 5 runs. Well. A chance at a run out that really looked as if it had a run out, a sure wicket all over it, and then the return really careless, way over the wicketkeeper's head. It didn't really give him a chance, and it ran all the way down to fine leg for 4. Well, it's 4 runs. Well, I would think they completed the first run, so it went for 5. What a turn of events there. That could so easily have been wicket number 8.
Yeah, it certainly looked as though all it needed was a good return into wicketkeeper Suchet. And it was one off the mark. And the top end gets 5. So with that 5 brings up the 50 for 7. It is now.
He's going after him again, and that's they go out for another quick single, and once again the return is not the best. It goes over the wicketkeeper's head for the second time in the over, and because you could just see Mingo struggling to get up to the striker's end.
Well, it should have been, with that 5, it should have been Mingo on strike.
Yep. So maybe they just gave him 4 runs for it, because clearly they had some miscommunication inside of there. Generous flight again from Ruplal. Really just throwing the ball up, really asking the batsman to come and get it outside that off stump. There, that's a good delivery, much closer to the line of the off stump. And when he bowls that quicker one with a flatter trajectory, he's so much more dangerous because he gets the ball to sort of bite off the surface.
Yeah.
Again, pitching up on the legs, turned away nicely. They're going to get a couple here. Might even get a boundary. No, they won't. Or will they? Yeah. Yes, I think it eventually rolls over the line and goes for 4 runs. A pretty good shot from Mingo. Just not trying to hit it too hard. He just placed it well. And that's one of the more difficult shots to play in cricket, the on drive. And he played it very well indeed. More flicking it than driving it.
Yeah, turned away nicely. And Ratcha with a valiant attempt couldn't haul it in. So, in the context of things, an expensive over. 10 coming in it.
So 55 for 7, and here is the man Sonny, who is going to continue. Has a wicket to his credit now, so he must be buoyed by that. 15 for 1, 5 overs so far, which is pretty good. Just 3 runs and over.
Yeah, slightly more relaxed feel now.
And here is an appeal. He's out caught. Well, the batsman Toppin had a big swipe at that one. He probably felt he played the ground. The appeal went up immediately, and wicketkeeper Suchet has another victim behind the stumps. And more importantly, Sonny now has 2 for 15. It's 55 for 8.
My. A full delivery. And the Toppin looking to smoke this one. And he looked bemused when the finger went up. But he has to go 55 for 8. Toppin goes for 18. And Sonny striking again for South.
And yes, folks, you're not seeing something, or your eyes are not playing tricks on you. It is 55 for 8 at this point in time, and we've just gone past 20 overs. So it's a real dicey situation for the Northerners.
The new man is McPherson.
Yeah, they really have to figure out a way how they're going to get themselves out of this. Stefan McPherson is the new batsman.
Farizali taking in the action. Of course, he would be part of that under 19 North South Classic on tomorrow right here at the National Cricket Centre.
Imagine you're a talented youngster who is playing club cricket. You're under 17, but you're good enough to play club cricket. So you'd have played on the weekend in the Sunday League. You're probably good enough to play in the North-South Classic at under 17 level, so you play today. You're strong enough, you could play under 19, you could play tomorrow. And imagine you're going Presentation College or Fatima College Wednesday, you'll play in that intercol final as well. as well. You know, so there were days like that, and there's some weeks like that when you play cricket every day because you're representing somebody at some point. You know.
Yeah, fine.
Next thing you know, you're living in a village that has a small league going on, so you play for them on Thursday and Friday as well. You know, so you're occupied right through. You know. Yeah, hopefully you'll be able to make it to school on one of those days or two of those days, get to class or at least get the notes from one of your teammates. And the McPherson just stands up comfortably and pushes it. He might get an overthrow. They could, yes. Again, the return careless. And the batsmen never looked like they wanted a single. The return just, and look, again the return. This one even we lose the wicketkeeper one more time. So wicketkeeper Suchit, who has, 4 catches already? Yep, he has 4 catches behind the stumps, but he needs to be a lot more decisive with those returns. If even he can't catch it, at least stop it with his pads and not allow overthrows.
Yeah.
And again, Sonny just teasing the batsman outside the off stump there. So now even more questions being asked of the Northerners now.
But how does Maingo and McPherson approach? Because 56 for 8 is certainly not enough runs on the board.
Nope.
So would you go try to get some runs? Or
Yes, you have to. You can't just sit there and block. Now, you could do it for a couple overs until you say, okay, till you get your eyes in. But at some point in time, you're going to have to want to try to get at least, like 3-4 runs and over. Just keep getting runs, rotating strike and get runs as much as possible. Now, what you may find happening, one of the big hitters might just decide he's going to have a dip and try to just disrupt the pattern somewhat. This is well played. That could get them a couple of runs, if not a boundary. In fact, it's gone all the way for 4 runs. Down to third man it goes. Mingo just opening the face, staying on top of the ball and getting it down past the slip cordon and gets a nice boundary. Not much that the youngster could do chasing up there. Rampasad, the captain.
Yeah, this one was well played by Maingo. Allowed it to come on to him and just opened the face nicely in the gap and picked up a boundary. Maingo goes on to 8.
You remember that scenario I was mentioning to you about if you're that talented, how you could play? When do you get to practice? in all of that, because you're playing
Constantly,
You're
yeah.
playing constantly, and
I guess it's much practice.
it's more mental than anything else. Here's another delivery, just pitching, and just that little. It's almost like a tennis bounce, and it just went past the outside edge, but the batsman wasn't committed to playing it this time, and allowed it to go its merry way. The end of another over. Sonny picked another pepper. It's 60 for 8 after 22, and that is the latest score here at the NCC. So 60 for 8, and clearly North needs some kind of an injection here. Runs I'm talking about, and
You might be tempted to.
if you're playing a game, you could probably buy some runs. I'll use $20 and buy two boundaries or something. It's like a Monopoly game or something. I'll buy.
Use up some of your tokens.
I need to buy a few runs here somewhere and get a few, and but it's really good on the part of South. They've really put the clamps on the Northerners, and even South, they haven't been as clinical as they could have been, as we saw the overthrows, the couple overthrows that gifted them a few runs.
Yeah.
And so it's really about just keeping their concentration, just holding their nerve here and trying to finish the job. We have a change in the bowling at that top end.
Looks to be Bispat, COVID Bispat.
And,
Left arm.
right on target there.
Yeah, so I might be tempted as one of these batsmen here to just go after one of the bowlers, because as we look at it, the top score being 18 by Toppin. And in that 18, he had one that went for 4 overtures, so he got 5 runs. And the other score of note is just 12 by Mahay. So I might be tempted to just try to get after one of them, get some runs on the board, and hopefully it can continue in finding the middle of the bat.
This is 4 runs. From the moment it left the bat, I don't think the fielders will have much of a chance of catching that one. It was short, it was turning into the left-hander, and he just helped himself there. McPherson not missing out on that occasion.
Bit too short from Bispat, and McPherson pulling it away into the gap between that square leg and the man out at deep mid wicket, and picks up a boundary. 64 for 8 it is.
And that's what they need to do here now. Every run counts, and if you can get a boundary, the odd boundary every so often, every over, every other over, you take it, but you try to push on without taking too many risks. If the ball is there to be hit, well, then you hit it. If not, you treat it with respect and you wait for the next one.
Yeah. Bispat in his first over, 23rd of the innings.
He tries to swing at it again. He's going to get a leg by. So I think as if you're North, you're thinking, can we get to 100 from here? That's kind of like the first thing you're thinking. As a batsman, you go into the wicket now. Let's see if we could get to 100. So let's see if we could put on maybe 20, to begin with. And if we're still there after 20, say, okay, fine, let's go, 30, 40, as the case may be, and push on. So Bispat's first over comes to an end. Just 4 runs conceded from it. It's 65 for 8 at the end of the over, and that's the latest here at the NCC. So as we welcome you back here, we continuing here. Brendan Boodoo. It looks like he's going to pick up the attack now. South looking to finish off North here. 65 for 8. That's not a misprint on your screen. That's exactly the situation here at the NCC. 23 overs gone.
Yeah, South have been on top ever since we started, and they really kept up the pressure, stranglehold on the North batsmen. 23 overs gone, 65 for 8. And Boodoo, another leg spinner.
And again, McPherson gets inside the wicket and helps himself to a boundary down behind square.
Yeah,
He doesn't have to reach for it. He just has to swivel in the crease.
yeah, short delivery from Boodoo. And well played again from McPherson. So he gets his second boundary. Takes the score up to 69 for 8. And this is sort of the approach I was speaking about, Ruskin, where those bad deliveries, you don't go searching for those big shots, but the bad deliveries, you want to cash in and get the maximum out of it.
What will help him to the left-hand, right-hand combination? A new bowler has to try to find a line and a length. I didn't think the batsman was ready, and I don't think the bowler actually was ready, but he went through bowling it, and it's a repeat. And it just rolls over the line there for 4 more. Because you look at it, the batsman looked like he wasn't fully prepared. The bowler looked like he was almost checked. But he just decided to go through with the delivery. And he paid the price for it. It went for 4.
Well, some good timing from McPherson this time. Just turning the face and getting it behind square.
Gishaman chasing it down but not able to haul it in.
Yeah, another good shot. Back-to-back boundaries, 73 for 8. Valuable runs here. This time he's sweeping and out to the man at deep mid-wicket. And they're thinking about 2. They're coming back for 2, in fact.
There was a slight misfield in the deep. The ball bobbled out in the deep there. The fieldsman not able to pick it up cleanly. And the batsman on the alert, which is good cricket from them. And they're picking up 2 runs. So this is a very useful effort here by McPherson.
Yeah, valuable runs. Another flight to delivery. Turned again into the leg side and able to come through for a single. So productive over so far. You would not want to lose a wicket again at this stage. Main go. 8 from 9 deliveries.
And Mingo is shaped well. He has not been as extravagant as McPherson, and I think I expect him to continue in that vein, because he must be thinking of a partnership here now. Already in this over, you've gotten 11 runs. And he's going to get another one. He has to hurry. The fielder, for whatever reason, gave up on the idea of even attempting to throw at the wicket, and the batsmen were able to complete the run in the end. Luke Ali just seemed more content in fielding the ball rather than trying to run the batsman out when he was way out of his crease at that point. However, the single has completed 12 runs in the over. It's 77 for 8.
Yeah. Productive over for North. 77 for 8. Boodoo first over costing him 12. So these two again starting to form somewhat of a partnership here.
Again, they've added 22 already in quick time. It was 55 for 8 when they came together. As you can see, the sun is out. Some of the spectators running for the Brawley. Not for rain, but for sun. And last week, I don't know how much an umbrella would have helped, given the kind of rain that we had. Short ball. He's chopping. He's going for a run. There's no response from the non-strikers end. And clearly there was a run there. But both batsmen had to be on the same page. And unfortunately, Mingo was sent back. McPherson not interested. Again, he's dabbling outside the off-stump. This time it goes much quicker and much straighter to Gishaman. This time the delivery coming in with the arm and probably keeping a little bit low as well. And he did very well on that occasion, Mingo, to keep that one out.
He did well to get some bat on it.
Another delivery that is keeping a little bit low and angling into the right-hander. Not going away, not spinning away from him, but coming in with the arm ball coming in at the right-hander. So he has to be watchful. Now if he could produce one that turns, that would be great. And he's cutting, and again, good fielding at that short third-man position there. And Gishaman, Kiefer, tumbling save on his part to deny him a run. A maiden over, 77 for 8 at the end of it.
I'll tell you what, that was a very good hand from Gishaman. Had it past him, it definitely got into the boundary. So backing up the bowlers again with some good fielding, ground fielding, out fielding by South. Boodoo looks to be.
When you're short of runs, you want to take every run that you could get without taking any undue risk. And remember when he had to run to his left, had to actually go down to field the ball, that's more than enough time for you to get a single, especially in a limited overs game. You have plenty of time to get a single there. But McPherson he never moved. He just kind of stood there on his bat. And Mingo started to run and probably was bemused when he realized that his partner didn't even move at the non-strikers end. But that was enough time for them to get a run. And what you want to do is to rotate that strike so the left-hander, right-hander combination could throw off the bowlers somewhat. Remember, these are under 17 cricketers, so it could work in your favor. And that's well played.
Yeah, this time nicely driven down the ground for single.
So these two are building. 78 now. 25 overs completed, so we're at the halfway stage of the innings. Who would have thought we might have even gotten this far at the rate they started?
Yeah. Valuable runs in the back end so far. Mingo trying to guide this one past slip, and some good fielding by.
It's a shot we've seen him play before, where he just kind of stands up and runs the ball down to third man.
Luke Ali,
be careful though.
There. So on his flighty delivery, gets some spin on it.
Again, Boodoo just a little too short, and the batsman Mingo able to just stand up and punch it into the offside. Just, you look at these bowlers, they all can do a little bit of something, but it's what you do and see how well you can do it. If he's a leg break bowler, he probably needs to forget the googly for a bit. Just try to pitch the leg break properly.
Yeah.
Here he goes again with that sort of dismissive shot off his legs. And they eventually got the single because the fielding, once more, is not as clinical as it should have been. There should not have been a single on that occasion. But because the fieldsman bubbled the ball, the batsman are able to scamper through for a quick single.
Yeah, taking everything on offer. Mingo and McPherson.
Here's another delivery, a little nibble outside the off stump there for Mingo. Niall Mingo being beaten on that occasion. It's 80 for the loss of 8, 26 overs completed. That's the latest here at the NCC. So welcome you back here. We're seeing another over from Bispat. Kofi Bispat. Not for 4 from his 2 overs so far. So start over number 3. Left arm orthodox bowling from over the wicket.
One slip, this time pulled away again, and Rampasad coming across. So just the one slip, backward point, extra cover, mid off, long on, mid wicket, and a square leg.
Again, the short pulled away, and that's a shot McPherson likes playing. Probably didn't hit it as well as he would have liked. He got a single out of it. Another short ball on his pads.
Yeah, McPherson been very positive, looking to score. He's up to 19. Mingo is with him. He is 10 from 20.
So McPherson is the top scorer of the innings so far. 19, beating the previous best of 18 scored by Vice Captain Tuppin.
So North would want these two to bat as deep as possible in order for them to get up to somewhat of a respectable score.
Yeah,
This
so
time the appeal is going up, and the main goal has to go. Bispat striking a good delivery. Main goal trying to cut a bit too close. And a good take again from wicketkeeper Suchit. 81 for 9. Ruskin at this stage, it's
how many you could get. And so again, a really unfortunate way to out here, because himself and McPherson were batting well together. Again, the running between the wickets probably wasn't as crisp as it should have been, but it was better than some of what we saw earlier. And but they certainly still have themselves in this deep hole. Jordan Mohammed, the new batsman.
last man, Jordan Mohammed. So can he form a partnership here that could take North to 100? 81 for 9. 19 runs away from that 100 mark.
And they
Long way away at this stage.
Yeah, but they must think, look, we have so many overs to play with, you know. If we get 2 runs and over, we will go past 100, you know, easily. We probably might get up to 130, thereabouts. So, you know, they have to work out in their minds what this approach is going to be and what the intent is, what the target is, what the goal is. Of course, get as many runs as you possibly. You could do that one of 2 ways. You could just slug and maybe get it quickly. You could probably get out trying that as well. Or you go about it in a more methodical way, pick up a couple singles every over, and try to build it in that way.
Yeah.
So there are many ways to skin this particular cat here. The bottom line is, though, is this is the last pair.
And that's the key thing. I don't want to give it away or in an attacking manner.
given what has happened. The end of the over, 81 for 9 at the end of it, 27 completed.
If you're a southerner, certainly be beaming.
Oh, you're happy like
with this. 81 for 9. And really on top. And credit to that opening burst between Chase and Ratcher. Really rattled North openers early on. And never really recovered since then.
And now that the wicket is a little bit better to bat on, South will have the better conditions, to bat on. And so everything is in their favor. All they have to do now is try to close off this inning as quickly as possible, limit as much scoring as possible, and then just go on with the business and try to get those runs. You don't have to get them quickly, but you still want to get them. You want to be positive when you're chasing a small total, because so often we've seen teams make a meal of small totals, and then they end up in trouble. Now, what happens if South find themselves in early strife as well and lose 4 or 5 early wickets? Should make for a very interesting turn of events. The captain, Christian Rampasad, is into the attack.
Christian Rampasad it is. Bowling to McPherson. Again, just flirting with danger. Nothing short, really.
I suppose Rampasad is probably saying, Kadeem, let me try and finish this myself, let me see if I could just get this last wicket and let's get on to the business of batting. And McPherson, I'm not quite sure. He probably changed his mind about 3 times there. He looked like he was ready to make the slug sweep, and then the ball just didn't cooperate.
A real hoik. Good thing for him, he didn't make any contact.
Again, just the way he's holding the bat, he's wheeling the bat like an axe in his hand. He wants to go, and but there's a man positioned at that deep mid wicket, so he's probably looking at that and thinking, boy, will I clear him? There's a long on as well. At this time he struck on the pad, probably outside the off stump, and again the delivery a bit slow through the air, and the batsman probably watching the ball, and I'm not sure what he was thinking here. Watch how long that bat stayed in the air, and then the bat, he's trying to bring it on across the line of the ball. This time he's having a go and missing everything.
Yeah, giving it some generous flight. Rampasana and McPherson choosing to stay in his crease, stay at home, not use his feet to getting to the pitch. Batsman takes some different approach in playing these spinners. Some batsmen will definitely be down the track with that flight.
Yeah, that's generous flight. And McPherson again opting to play from the crease to end the over, 81 for 9. Another maiden over, 28 completed.
So remember, this is the Price Club TTCB North-South Under-17 Classic. Live at the National Cricket Centre. South winning the toss this morning and choosing to bowl first. North in all sorts of trouble at 81 for 9. 28 overs gone. And just to run through the scorecard very quickly, Samir Sarup, he was caught at the wicket, bowl Ratcha for no score. Mendoza was also caught bowl Ratcha for 1. Yearwood went bowl chase for no score. Isa Ali caught bowl chase for 7. Mahes went run out for 12. Jaden Kent was caught at the wicket as well, bowl Ratcha for no score. Tuppin caught bowl Sunny for 18. Ramguli went bowled Sunny for 8. Maingo, the last man to go, was caught by wicketkeeper Suchit of the bowling of Bispat.
And it's Bispat who is continuing here from that top end, or the northern end of the ground. And this one again coming in as a stifled appeal. coming in with the arm, and you could just see Jordan Mohammed there a little bit bewildered by it.
Yeah.
He probably was expecting it to turn away from him. Yes, again, this one beats the outside edge, and so he's all at sea here now. He puts his hands on his hip, leans on the bat, and is probably thinking in his mind, what is he going to do next?
This bat varying his pace nicely, pushing through some, flighting some. He's bowling well. 1 for 5. Halfway through his 4th over.
So I think the North batsman cannot think that the wicket was that terrible a wicket. It wasn't as if you couldn't bat on it. And here he is again. Very late decision, keeping it all of his pads. You know, so it wasn't the type of wicket to see as a batting team. You know, you were really under strife from the bowlers. You couldn't bat on this wicket. It's just the application or the lack thereof.
Yeah.
Shot selection also factoring in all of that. But those are all of the, should I say, all of the standard excuses or the reasons that we have for when a team collapses like this. 9 down, 81 for 9 after 29 overs. That's the very latest here at the NCC. So 29 overs bowled so far.
Rampasad to continue. Christian Rampasad, captain of this South team.
Ratchet bowled, 6 overs, and he had, 3 wickets for 7 runs. No, folks, he wasn't bowling spin. He was actually the quickest of the bowlers.
Yeah.
So, can they wrap it up here now, Rampasad? Again, beaten outside the off stump.
Getting some nice spin. Away there was Rampasad.
So now he's dropped the mid off all the way to long off. He's really inviting the big hit here. And it hit in the air, but down to long on. It will bounce down there, and they'll get a comfortable single. Ali is in the way.
Yeah, so 82 for 9.
1 by 1, that's the idea here. You know, as you say 1 by 1, that was like a running joke at Vinod's 50th birthday party. They said he got to 50 with pure singles. And, but on the upside, he's saying to his son, he got to 50 before the son ever did. As well, he has a beauty of a delivery that just spun right in between.
So there's another well-flighted delivery. Mohammed wants nothing to do with it.
And this is good bowling. He brought in the field now for Mohammed and asking him, maybe you should go with the big hit as well. Does he take the beat? No. And just a little too far outside the off stump to interest Mohammed. And you could just see Rampasad trying every trick in the book here. He's changing fielding positions, just trying to confuse the batsman. And as if to put in his mind that he's going to do something different here. Let's see what he does. A little bit of quicker delivery, but kept out well in the end by Mohammed. So he has done his bit here. 82 for 9 at the end of over number 30. And that is the very latest here at the National Cricket Centre. Let's welcome you back here to the NCC North. Well, they started poorly and they are still in strife, trying to at least get to 100. They're 82 for 9 at the moment, and they are really up against it. They have been up against it all morning long, and it just continues here at the National Cricket Centre. This is the North-South Classic, the Price Club Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board's under-17 North-South Classic, and South right now are the ones dominating this encounter. Cannot figure out some way to get on top of the bowling. McPherson has done well. He is on 20, top score so far. Mohammed, the number 11 batsman, is yet to score.
Yeah. Bowling change from the southern end. Looks like Kifa Gisiawan is going to pick up the attack.
That's another comfortable single.
So, replacing Covid Bispat from that end. So I wonder what was the talk to the batsmen at the drinks break. What were the coaches saying? I'm sure definitely let's try to get 100.
Yeah, that has to be the minimum that they must be thinking here. And what they'll have to do is convince the batsmen that despite the precarious situation in which we find ourselves, you all can get us to 100. So Mohammed, you will have to hold your end and let McPherson do the bulk of the scoring. And I'm sure he would have nodded his head in approval and said yes. And but his heart might have been beating. What have I gotten myself into here? Yeah, but so far so good.
Yeah.
And McPherson too has to understand, while he is going to be the principal scorer, he wants to preserve his wicket. So you don't want to just take a chance of hitting a 6 and getting all caught in the deep. There's another delivery just rushing past that outside edge.
Looks to be a quicker delivery from Gisiawan.
So McPherson has to be smart, and he probably doesn't want to expose Mohammed to too many deliveries also. Another one goes right through the gate. So he has to be, now he's going to have a little chat with him. The one thing he doesn't want is to take a single now of the final ball of this over.
Yeah.
And expose Mohammed at the other end.
Well, McPherson was asking a lot of Mohammed, taking a single off the first delivery and exposing him to 5.
There's a quicker delivery. That one really zipped through, but it beat everything outside the off stump, including the outside edge. And well taken by wicketkeeper Suchit. And at the end of the over, it's 84 for the loss of 9 wickets.
A good start for Gisiawan, just 2 runs coming from his first over. $84 for 9. Salt has really kept up the pressure and really not let up Rampasad to continue.
But listen, you have to be happy for the Southerners. They're bowling well. They're very disciplined, and they're not trying anything out of the ordinary. A little bit of extra turn there on that occasion. Suchit doing well. Sprawling to his left to take it in both gloves as well.
Suchit handling behind the stumps has been excellent, but his
Kind of like
judging from his return,
his out cricket is not on par with his glove work.
yeah.
So now the umpire is, they had a little word. Now they back in position. Here he is again going at one, and that one just bounced. Just as we were talking about his glove work, and they take the single off what is this, the second ball of the over? You know, a bye signal by the umpire. So
Well,
it exposes Mohammed now. So
Yeah.
he may have to face, well, at least 4 balls. He may have to face all 4.
can he find a single from somewhere?
Or better yet, can he survive all 4? Well played. He's playing it in behind. I would imagine the North dressing room applauding him loudly for holding up his end of the bargain.
Yep.
So far, he has to be wary of the quicker one, though.
This time this one is turning past leg stump. White signal by the umpire.
It always amazes me. Mohammed is rehearsing a perfect sweep shot or a pull down behind square. Can he execute it with the ball there? Here he is again trying and not able to do so. It's another wide signal down the leg side.
2 valuable runs added to
Yep.
the score. 87 for 9 now. Rampasad, this time from over the wicket, changing the angle.
And Vinuda suggesting it might be a recovery of sorts.
Well,
Here is another nicely flighted delivery that is just played into the offside. So Mohammed holding up his end of the bargain. Can he survive this last ball? And he does well. 1 more to go in this over.
so he's doing his job so far. He's occupied the crease for 20 deliveries now. Yet to get off the mark. But he's doing a job.
And make that 21 deliveries now. And he is yet to score, but he is keeping his end safe so far. And now the 2 batsmen go for a little chat as to how they're going to plan strategy the rest of the way. 87 for 9 it is. 32 overs completed. Rampasad just conceding 3 runs from his 3 overs. So the North under 17s certainly up against it here. They really need to try some kind of fight back in this game. Now, you could do it with the bat if all of a sudden, say, McPherson connects on a couple lusty blows, just to force the captain, Rampasad, to try to do something else then. You know, he's had things pretty much his own way so far in this innings. So maybe just force him now to have to try something new, something different. Here's a short ball pulled away. It's in the air. This could be the end of the innings. Very well caught indeed. And it really was a long hop of a delivery. But McPherson's trying to hoik it through the onside, hit it up in the air, and a nice running catch taken at mid-wicket. And that is the end of Luke Ali, the man tracking it down. And McPherson goes for 21.
So this resistance has finally come to an end. The North all out for 87. McPherson, the last man to go for 21. And caught by Luke Ali. Bowl Kiefer Gisiawan. So Ruskin, this really top effort from South as they won the toss and inserted North the bat. It's really been a good decision, excellent decision, and some good bowling to back it up.
It is, and some indifferent batting as well, one would have to say, that contributed. So when you factor all of them in. But again, it's part of the whole learning curve for some of these youngsters. Unfortunately for most of them, at this age group level, you don't get 2 and 3 bites at the cherry. So when you get your one chance at under 17, you want to take it. You want to do well. From a bowling standpoint, you have to say very well done to the South bowling. First of all, the decision to bowl first has paid off big time for them. Now it's up to their batsmen to continue in that positive approach and just get these runs as quickly as possible with few alarms, or with as few alarms as possible. And that would really complete a fine day for South in this North-South Classic. So that is the scenario here, but maybe we could just... So as it is right now, the scorecard again is Jameer Sarup out for no score. Caught wicketkeeper Suchit Bol Racha. It was 1 wicket for no run. Joseph Mendoza out for 1. Caught wicketkeeper Suchit Bol Racha was 3 for 2 at that point in time. Ryan Yearwood was out for a duck bowled by Chase. It was 2 for 2. It was 22 for 4 when Chase went, when Ali went, caught Budu bowled Chase. 22 for 5 when Jaden Kent was out for a duck, caught wicketkeeper Suchit Bol Racha. 22 for 6 when Adrian Mahes was unfortunately run out for 12. 45 for 7, Ramguli out for 8, bowled by Sonny. 55 for 8 when Raheem Tuppin was caught at the wicket of the bowling of Suchit, was caught by wicketkeeper Suchit, bowled Sonny for 18. 55 for 8. 81 for 9 when Nayan Mango was caught at the wicket by Suchit of the bowling of Bispat. And a short while ago, we saw McPherson, the top scorer, with 21, caught Ali, bowled Gishawan, and 87 all out in the end. Racha had 3 for 7 from his 6 overs. Chase had 2 for 15, offering good support from his 5. Sonny, 2 for 20, came on and did a good job from 6 overs. Ruplal, his 5 overs cost him 18 runs. He didn't get a wicket. Bodo, 15 from his 2 overs. Bispat had 1 for 5 from his 4. Gishawan, 1 for 2 from just 1 over and 1 ball. And those are the bowlers used by the Southerners after they won the toss and asked North to take first strike. So that is the situation here in this encounter in the Price Club Trinidad Cricket Board's under 17 North-South Classic here at the NCC. And what a start, the first half of this game for South. Can they now finish the job with the bat? We tell you that when we come back. Welcome back to the NCC, where we're getting ready for the second innings, and you might be a little bit bewildered as to why we have in the second innings and we so early in the day. However, the North batsmen, after they were put into bat, could only muster 86 all out in 32 overs and 1 ball, was it? And so quite a few overs left before we get to what would normally be the innings break after 50 overs. So we will have the South reply starting right away. And Kadeem, this is a great opportunity for these openers to just to set the tone and have them on. Luke Ali is out there and Stefan Gomez.
Yeah. So not much pressure on South. They know what they're after. Just 87 to win, and they have all of 50 overs in which to do that. So certainly should be a straightforward approach by both Luke Ali and Stefan Gomez. But it's Luke Ali to take strike. And it looks to be McPherson, Stefan McPherson, with the new ball. And it's no big equation. They need early wickets here in due north. So it's McPherson just outside off stump. Ali allows this one to go through.
Of course, the ideal scenario here would be for North to pick up some early wickets, and just to see how the South batsmen respond to that. The bowlers dominated the first half of the game. McPherson and company now must be thinking, if we could just pick up a few early wickets, let's see what happens. He's not going to get it there. That's a wide.
Another good start from McPherson. Wide delivery, just getting into his work. Niall Maingo is the wicketkeeper for North.
And this is the challenge, though, for the Northern team and their bowlers. You want to try, but you don't want to be trying too hard and not do the right thing. You just want to relax and play.
Yeah. Get that ball in a good area. Allow the pitch to do the rest.
He's driving at one outside the off-stump rally and just going past the outside edge, which is what you want to see if you're a bowler. I mean, go and take it too cleanly.
Yeah, McPherson and the North will be eager to get some early wickets. And
he's not a tall man, McPherson, but his overall package is fairly okay, but he doesn't have like big bulky shoulders or anything like that. His striation is pretty slim. He's going after him again. They're appealing for a catch at the wicket. Not out, says the umpire. And I don't think the bowler was too convinced of that. He just seemed to join the appeal after.
yeah, just a one slip, third man, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a square leg for McPherson. Well, Luke Ali has been having a good season with his school team, Presentation College Shokonas.
They want a quick single, they'll get it too, and that's good running.
Yeah, Gomez
That's one of the
responding well.
ways. Yeah, that's one of the ways to attack a small total. is to put pressure on the fielding team. And quick singles will do that every time. McPherson, his run-up is a little bit unusual. It's not a sort of smooth, consistent run-up. He tends to sort of, I don't know, he's overstriding at times, just to get up. I don't know if it's because he's bowling up the hill. He feels that he has to do it. You look at his run-up, he's almost just a little hop, skip, and jump. And no worry there at all. It's a wide signal by the umpire.
There's some spongy bounce in there.
And like I said, he's not tall and rangy, so you don't expect him to get, sort of that disconcerting bunks that we talk about. So for him to get the ball up head height, he really has to dig it into the wicket. And but he can do that. But his line is bad. He's not anywhere near the stumps so far in this over. That's better. At least it's in line with the stump. And, so he's giving the batsman something to think about. And on that occasion, he was trying to hit it through the onside Gomez, playing with a sort of cross-batted shot.
Yeah. Maybe looking to get on with things is Gomez. Not looking to mess about with this 86.
It's a small total. The bowlers have done their part. Now it's up to the batsman to finish the job. I'm sure he would like to be there, be among the runs. This time he gets it in and he's helping it over square leg, and that's gone for 6. So what a way to get off the mark here. And it was just a short ball asking to be hit, and he just obliged the bowler.
Yeah, up and over from Gomez. And picking up a maximum, the first 6 we've seen so far today off the bat of Stephen Gomez. At the end of the first over, it's 9 without loss.
The president has instructed me that it's meat that you don't often get in the market that is responsible for the kind of power shown there by Gomez. And these spectators, as a cricket fan now, if you're a Northern supporter, you're probably just looking for good cricket the rest of the way. And when you see a shot like that, you can't help but applaud it. And these spectators, no doubt, enjoying it so much, they're probably asking to see more of it. It's good to see the youths play. I think a lot of people have always supported youth sport in general, youth cricket, youth football, and in particular. And they always look forward to seeing the next wave of talented players, the next generation of players who will become household names in due course. So Toppin it is. Raheem Toppin, who's going to pick up the attack from that top end.
Starts with one down the leg side. White signal. Can't really afford too much extras. North defending a small target.
Yeah, they have to be, as I say, they have to be stingy with runs. Yeah, you don't want to give anything away now, because you're trying to build some kind of pressure here. Let's see how the South batsmen deal with it.
As a bowling group, though, when you have such a small target to bowl at, what's the mindset of the bowlers?
Well, it's wickets. You want wickets. That's the first thing you want to do. Now, if you're a fast bowler and you have pace, you want to bowl as fast as possible. Here, you want to get some rhythm and try to bowl as quickly as you possibly can, and see if that could unsettle the batsman and maybe pick up a few wickets. That's not a bad delivery. It's careless batting though, because the ball is way outside the off stump, And you don't even need to play at a delivery like that. Remember, you have all 50 overs to get these runs. Not that you're going to use them all, but you don't want to gift the Northerners easy wickets now. And that's a good shot. He's going to get a couple here. I don't think he's going to get 4. It's going to be overhauled. It is. And they complete 2 comfortably.
So lovely weighted shot from Luke Ali. Just guided it into the gap. And he moves on to 3. Takes the total up now to 12 without loss.
I've often felt that if you're playing a game like this and it finishes early, and you have both teams here, do you play like a T20 game one time? Right after? I am sure I could convince the president to get a couple of balls to do just that. Here's another nice flowing drive through the offside. If the game finishes early and you know you have plenty time, the umpires are here, the players are here, the players always need more cricket. We keep lamenting that fact. And here's a great opportunity for you now to say, hey, look, let's just play a quick 20-over game. So give them more opportunity to make runs. Chasing at a wide delivery outside the off stump.
Yeah, Luke Ali really doesn't need to be so expansive at this stage. Runs coming easily so far.
The flip side of that, Kadeem, is when you lose, if you to lose a game like this and you didn't play as well or you didn't play up to you don't want to see a ball or a bat in a hurry. You know what I mean? You're so upset. Yeah, you just want to go home and sulk. It's a good delivery, but that's 4 runs. That's very well played. There was a little bit of bounce with it, but again, Ali read it well. A little bit away from his body, but he made good contact, got it into the gap, got it up and away, and down to third man it goes for 4 runs, just bouncing inside the third man ropes.
Yeah, knew exactly what he was doing there. Luke Ali hit that gap backward of point, and they picked up a good looking boundary. 17 without loss it is.
So they're off to a flying start, and we're still only in the second over. Quick comparison, after 2 overs, they were 2 for 2 North. In fact, they were North for 1 wicket for no run at one stage.
Yeah. Racha had a wicket in his very first over. No early wickets for Toppin, and this time it's a short delivery, swiveled on.
Going to get a couple, might even get a boundary here. That one is running close, and it is 4 runs down to backward square leg position here. So not the type of start that the Northerners would have wanted. I'm sure Captain Ram Guli would have been hoping for an early wicket or 2, but he's getting the complete opposite. His bowlers are leaking runs. It's 21 without loss after 2 overs, and that is the very latest here at the NCC.
So pouncing on some loose deliveries is Luke Ali, moves on to 11 from 10. Gomez 6 from 2 deliveries. And 21 without loss after 2. Represents a flying start for South, just needing another 66 for victory.
Well, they got 9 off the first over, and they got 12 in the second one. So they're really racing along here, with few alarms, really, when you think about it. Both batsmen have been fairly comfortable. There is a little give in the wicket, but the bowlers have to find those spots to create the problem for the batsmen. McPherson was a little too wide in his first over. He's driving and he's out caught, trying to hit it probably looking to hit it over the bowler's head. And Stephen Gomez had a big swing at it and edged it. Brilliant catch taken as well behind by Mingo. You look at it again, pitched up, and really head in the air, as they say, having a big swing. Mingo took it in the right glove. A nice effort, nice diving effort on his part. And North finally have something to celebrate. It's 21 for 2. Gomez goes for 6.
21 for 1.
21 for 1, rather.
Yeah, excellent catch from Mingo behind the stumps. And so Stephen Gomez, little flashy innings comes to an end. He goes for 6 and brings out now at 3 Brendan Boodoo. Another one of these young, promising batsmen. Of course, captain of that under 15 team is Brendan Boodoo. A couple of good scores over there as well.
So again, this is so much of an invaluable bit of experience for these youngsters to be in the dressing room with players, talented players like yourselves, and to share a dressing room with some of them, to share the field, to be out in the field with them, and it just kind of builds your confidence. It gives you that little thing that if you continue in this vein, who knows what the ceiling is for you.
Mm-hmm.
But let's see how he shapes here. McPherson with a wicket to his credit, looking for more. And this time, Boodoo is right in behind it.
Yeah, met with a full face. There was McPherson. But we know Ruskin wickets is the order of the day for North, but in saying that, sometimes when bowlers go striving for wickets, they could tend to serve up boundary balls, loose deliveries. So
I'm sure that's what they would have discussed in the dressing room. We need wickets, so you're probably going there trying to give it your all, and instead of really being focused, you're spraying the ball all over the place. It's another good delivery, just angling away from the right-hander. Boodoo thought about it for a moment, and then they elected not to go through with the shot.
Yeah. So McPherson, a good start to his second over. 21 for 1.
So again, the Price Club, the low price leader, proud sponsors of today's encounter. We want to thank them so much for supporting youth cricket here in Trinidad and Tobago. Again, playing at one outside the off stump and not making contact. So McPherson is doing his bit here, bending his back for his team. He knows they need wickets. He has one to his credit already. Would love a second one.
It's just getting that nice tail away from the right-hander, landing in a good area as well.
Ramguli wants to probably apply a little more pressure. He's having a discussion with his bowler. So he's probably going to put a second slip in place, which makes sense because he's getting a little bit of a tail away from the right-hander.
Yeah, on the attack, looking for wickets.
So again, a lot of movement in the field. The man at mid-on is being pushed to mid-wicket. The man at mid-wicket is pushed to square leg. And we have the man who was formerly at square leg on to second slip. He just sort of missed his run up there a little bit, McPherson, but he still went ahead and delivered. could see him chipping as he's approaching the stumps.
Yeah.
And, you know, whenever you're discussing cricket and you're talking to coaches, this is a question that they often ask, you know, as a bowler, what are you thinking about when you're walking back to your mark? You know, what is, you know, what's on your mind? You know, what would you like? What do you think you should do? You know, you go through all that debate in your mind. What is the best situation? What is the best outcome you're looking for? And how do you achieve that? This one is down the leg side. The keeper goes after it again. Doesn't take it cleanly. And I was just thinking they looked like they were about to appeal had he caught it, but the umpire would have squashed all of that when he signaled the wide.
Mm-hmm.
So again, so this is part of the whole thing. Is you know, you want to get cricketers thinking about what they're doing. You know, you're not just going to run up and bowl fast. As you said all along, it's hard work. So how do you make that hard work easier for you on a daily basis? A little outside the off stump, too far outside the off stump to entice the batsman. He allows it to go through. Budu is yet to score. It's 22 for 1 after 3. That's the latest here at the NCC. As we welcome you back here, 22 for 1 it is after 3 overs. South replying to North's 86 all out. And we do have a special guest with us, so we want to welcome to microphones Mr. Shamzad Ali, the owner of the Price Club. And I say that after this delivery, I just have one first question to ask you. And that's a good shot. He's going to get a couple runs here. The ball just misfielded, and the batsman will complete 2. So that's 2 more to the kitty as well. And as I say good day to you, first let me ask you, what is the thinking behind investing in an event like this and in cricket in general, youth cricket more particularly?
The Price Club has always been a community-centered entity. So youth cricket, youth in general, we always support any venture that encourages young people to be focused and disciplined in any field. It could be education, it could be sport. We hope that they learn that through these disciplines, they'll be able to guide themselves and have mentors for the rest of their life.
And I want to believe if you're putting your money into something like this, but is it only about money? Is it about just giving money to like a sponsor, as a sponsor, giving to an event?
It's never about the money. We don't look at any financial return from this. This is only for the children. That's how we have grown up in our lives. I was involved in sport in a very small way at Naparima College. Very small way in this classroom sport. Mm-hmm. But again, you learn when you're in a sport about basics of discipline and teamwork and following a leader. You can't be a leader always. You must follow at some point. So and these things they guide you in life and make you a better person as you grow older.
And certainly those are attributes I'm sure that you try to pass on to probably your own family and your own employees.
Oh, definitely,
as well.
Definitely. I mean, this is our Price Club has been here for about 29 odd years. We have other businesses, but we have employees who are with us for 30, 40, 50 years, and they start with us and they retire with us. Mm-hmm. So it isn't. You look at a long-term relationship with people. Relationships are built upon trust and ongoing support and respect, and that's how we garner ourselves for this life.
And what about you personally? When you give a contribution, you make an investment in an event like this, you're here today watching the youngsters play, it must warm your heart or give you a really good feeling to see just that an injection that you've given is producing something like this, and then some of these kids can go on to represent Trinidad, even the West Indies.
Absolutely, absolutely. Whether they go on to national cricket or regional cricket, it's fine. But the point of it all is they learn, and this is not just for the boys. The girls must also be involved in it also. The girls at some points in cricket, whether it's national or regional or even IPL, the quality of cricket and girls cricket is increasing rapidly. So I would think that the TTCB has that in place, and we are all for helping and assisting with other sponsors regarding youth cricket, whether it's girls or boys.
And also, in case of, we live in a society now where we have so many areas to correct. Here's a beautiful drive, just dropping short, but that goes for 4 runs, and that's very well played indeed. He just got onto the front foot, and he just plastered it through the covers. It was close, it was up his shot a little bit, and they were thinking of a catch, but Luke Ali picks up 4 more. It goes to 30 now for 1. And I was just thinking now in terms of you doing your small part, and but our society is really in need, especially the youths who may not have a mentor like yourself or may not see the examples that you are setting. How do we get others to follow your lead?
Well, that's a long, drawn-out question you have there. We can start with the home. We can start with the families.
That's a good catch. As I interrupt you here, caught at the wicket. Brilliant delivery indeed. And it's now 30 for 2. Ali goes for 17.
So we can start it starts in the family, a family-oriented environment, whether it's a single family home or regular nuclear environment. The family takes a lot of importance in a child's development. And in some cases, the single family home is not as it should be. So we have to support these children and their families also to get. I mean, the children are our future. I mean, you can't have these children being guided by others who have ill intent, like the gangs on the blocks and those things. I mean, the children are easily swayed by anyone who is charismatic, and we should trust that the charismatic leaders will be ones who will lead them in a proper and developed and ideal direction.
Well, it certainly is, but I certainly want to thank you for your contribution and, to wish you all the best in terms of your businesses and every success there, but more importantly for allowing you to continue to do what you're doing and to assist, especially with youth development here in Trinidad and Tobago. And I also want to find out in terms of your investment in 360 cricket and how do you see an entity like this, and what is the role you see an entity like this playing with that same vision that you have for the youths of the country?
Well, the media must be involved, and we have to thank Vinod and yourself to you bring forth this on a larger scale. We trust that the more sponsors will come on and able to assist us more in getting these young people the exposure that they need going forward.
Okay. I understand you wear several hats, and you're on the ASJA board. You're the vice chairman of ASJA as well. And what is the vision there and your role in ASJA, and how do you see yourself making an even bigger contribution?
Well, ASJA, like any other denominational religious-based organization, their focus is on community and the children. So basically the same path, whether it's you're Muslim, Christian, Hindu or other, we have the same path, we have the same goals. And this is just one part of it, but we all have the same goal in this country, is to keep our children on a straight and narrow path, because they are our future.
Let me just ask a hard question here now. So much is being said about, what used to be common entrance, and whether it still fulfills the role that it was intended. If you had to first of all, do you agree with that, or do you see, or do you would like to continue on that path as you go through? If you want to change it, what would you change about it?
Well, I'm not an educator, but I'm always for de-stressing any environment where a child is involved. The exams at the early age of 10 and 11 and 12 years old, they do pose some stress onto a young child's psyche. Sometimes the child can adapt, sometimes they get burned out. It depends on the child and again the home environment. Stress comes from the child, from the parent, from the teacher to do well, and it all depends on this idea that there are prestige schools in this country. I believe that all schools have the same capability, have the same teachers, caliber of teachers. Whether you are in any part of the country, any school is as good as the other. We cannot put a label on schools. All I can say is that the denominational schools have in my personal humble view, have a more discipline because of the religious part of it in the schools, and you would tend to see that there's more, but the ability of a child is generated and will reveal more in the national school than other schools. Now, not that the government schools are failing, but they should at least see the value and the pattern of a denominational school and what we do, and we work together for the benefit of these children. The issue yesterday in Belmont, those things are unheard of anywhere else, and we have to know that we have to all work together for our children's sake.
Certainly, there's, before I let you go, let me just ask you one quick question here. 34 for 2 South replying to 86 all out by North. If you were a betting man, would South be better than South?
I'm from South. South is for home. We look for good cricket. Good cricket is what we all hope and we wish for. But, you know, tables can change at a moment's notice. So we'll see how it goes.
All right, Mr. Shadad Ali, thanks so much for stopping by and spending time with us. He doesn't want to say he wants South to win, but, you know, he's hoping that they win. So thank you so much for spending a little time with us at this point here at this game. So we just saw a lovely little shot from Bodo to get off the mark, a nice pull through, but he actually hit it past mid-on and got 4 runs. And right now it's 35. South well on course here. They need another 52 runs as I welcome Vinod. And Vinod, again, happy belated birthday once again. We had that celebration Saturday. I'm wondering if you're still celebrating yesterday and into today.
Well, I was cooling off yesterday. Thanks a lot, Ruskin. And this is a lovely drive through the offside runs here for the young man Bodo, who, of course, as you will know, Trinidad and Tobago under 15 captain. And at this point in time, just 48 runs required of 273 balls. I think even as ambassador at Sham Shalal, you can get that.
Well, we know that they will try to get it. Whether they will actually get it is left to be seen. But the question is, though, how are these youngsters going to adjust to it? Because one team is going to win, one team is going to lose. You know, a result like this, does that scar the youngsters, the North players, if, for example, if they were to lose this game from here?
I think...
Or if they came back and even if they played it close at the end, even if, let's say, they picked up another 4 or 5 wickets, they may still lose, but they may feel better about themselves.
Yeah, you're quite right with that. Again, this is all timing here from Odo, just leaning into that. They should go back for 2.
Might got a third, yeah.
Yep. What I think, Ruskin, is that the players out there will be more consumed about getting onto the national team. So it's not about just winning for North or South. And this is why you have early on I was listening to your opening remarks when you said that all 14 players would be involved. And so it's not just about a North-South battle here. I think it's more of, you know, who knows?
Addressing the selectors here.
Yeah,
well.
North may go down, but yet you might have some of the players on the North team who would probably think that, oh, okay, so we lost, but I did well. And I should get on to the national team. So
Plus, they would have been doing well all season long.
well,
So
well, to
even
get
though
to
you feel
this,
they get to this level.
yeah. So I think, although there's still rivalry, I don't think it's as fierce as when you played for North back in the day.
It was tough. It was tough in the North itself because we had so many, players who were at that level. That's a good delivery, but it's very well played, and that's 4 runs. Again, just allowing the ball to come on to him, and as if by design, it hit the Price Club sign for 4 runs.
Yeah, quality shot, ending up on a quality sign, and that's 4. And that's the young man for you. Bodo, he plays like that. He is a classy little batsman, and they're coming off for lunch at this point in time. 2 for 45, the required rate just 0.93. I don't think we'll be here very long today, Ruskin.
I know, and that's because of the performance in the first innings. The bowling of the South bowlers. They took advantage of the little extra that the wicket provided for them, and the North batsmen really didn't distinguish themselves either. Some of them played some pretty rash shots. Plus, you had a run out that was totally unnecessary. But outside of that, you have to give the Southerners credit to limit the opponents to 86 after you won the toss and ask them to bat. You had to come and back up the captain's decision. And I don't think he made that decision by himself. They probably would have looked at the wicket, the amount of rain we had last week, and put all those things in play and decided, look, we're going to bowl first. Let's see what the wicket will do. It paid off for them. They took advantage of those. And, we have a situation here where they're closing in on a comprehensive victory. So things are going in their favor. I think the Northerners, if I had to put on the hat of a manager, if I'm managing the North team now, all I'm telling the players, look, you lost the first phase of the game. Try and win the next phase. And what I mean by that is give me everything that you have. Forget the result. Just give me effort. Let me see what you're capable of doing. Show the selectors what you're capable of. So now that you get the ball, go up there, bowl quickly. If you're a spinner, let me see you pick up some wickets with the spinners. If you're in the field, I want to see you, fielding properly. The wicketkeeper, take your catches, hold on. Let's just try and crystallize everything the rest of the way. Forget the result. We may lose this game, but we're going to go down fighting, or I want to see that fight the rest of the way.
Well, just 5 overs bowled, and that's a run rate of 9. A small score of 87, you have to bowl the opposition out. You can't, look to restrict them. Yeah. So, I take your point, and it's a good point. Go out there, fight hard, and see how best they can do. So we're going to take a short break right now, and we will be back in about 30 minutes time for the continuation of this Price Club North-South Under 17 Classic.
And we welcome you back here to the National Cricket Centre in Balmain, Vancouver, where we're getting ready for the resumption of play. And once again, this is the Price Club Under-17 North-South Classic. And earlier this morning, South won the toss, asked North to bat first, and then they promptly dismissed them for 86 in 32 overs and 1 delivery. And just before we went to lunch, they reached 45 for 2. So they're well on course here, needing just another 42 runs to complete a comprehensive victory. Budo is on 14. Mirage is yet to score. He'll be taking first strike after the interval. As I welcome back Kadeem, and certainly Kadeem, the South well on course. Not just the 2 wickets to show they probably need twice that many right now at this stage if they were harboring any hopes of possibly causing a little bit of panic in the South dressing room.
Yeah, good afternoon, Ruskin, and good afternoon, viewers, once again. Yeah, totally dominant performance thus far by South. It's just a matter of their batsmen finishing off this job that has started by their pacers. Excellent bowling effort. Bowling out North for just 86. Brendan Buru had a couple of pleasant drives just before the lunch and interval. So he'd be hoping to continue on that same vein. Zain Mirage, though, he just faced the 1 delivery. And it's going to be Toppin. Abdul Rahim Toppin. Continue a bit expensive. 3 overs, 1 for 35.
But he did get that all-important wicket of Ali, who looked ominous when he was at the crease. And he's pushing this one into the offside. So just now, I suppose the normal, I suppose, principles would apply. You try to play yourself in before you try to expand. But as we've seen so often in the game of cricket, we might be thinking one thing, the batsman is thinking something totally different, because he may be thinking, well, we only need 42.
Yeah.
Let's just get this over with as quickly as possible.
Yeah, 2 quite contrasting innings so far. We just shock our minds back to the 5th over. This one is a wide delivery, well taken by Mingo, a good stop, rather. At the end of 5 overs, when North batted, they were 7 for the loss of 3 wickets. And in reply, South 46-45 for 2 actually at the start of the 6th over. So 2 contrasting innings.
I was telling Vino during the break, just as we were going off the air before the break, I really wanted to see the North players come out with some enthusiasm, and energy to try to force South to have to work for their runs.
Yeah.
You may not win the game, but at least you would put pressure on them. And because as a player, this is what you want to do as a coach. You want to instill that in your players, that you don't give up no matter what, because you never know. Somebody might come and put 2 balls on a good line, batsman careless, get out, and then the whole complexion of the game changes. But the only way you're going to do that is if you put the effort in,
Yeah.
and the fielders field the ball, the bowlers, work on the bowling and get it right. And that is what you want to see now.
Yeah, that's what you want to see. You want to see some fight. You want to see some resistance. You don't want to give it up just like that. And
another wide delivery from Toppin.
Yeah, these players vying for selection on national under 17 team. So certainly it was a good representation by these players, these 28 players on show. That they are the best 28 in the country, representing from both North and South. So that'd be a boost for them. And now it's a matter of these same players putting their hands up and being selected.
He is again trying this outside. Well, what it does tell you as a player is that, well, maybe the selectors are looking at me, so I have to, work on my game. Even if I don't make the team this year,
Yeah.
I'm thinking, well, maybe I'll because some people develop later than others, you know. So a batsman who might look a little bit out of sorts at this age group, at the next level might be a totally different player. If you look at talking about a totally different player, look at that chopper. It's a short ball, pulled away. It's in the air, but it's gone safely down to deep mid wicket, and it goes racing away for 4 runs.
Brendan Boodoo continues to play with
Did
intent.
it go for 6 or did it go for 4? I think they were trying to debate that, and I think it ended up going for 6.
Yeah. The signal from the umpire was 6 runs. So Boodoo continues to be enterprising. He's 20 from 13 deliveries, Ruskin, in a 50-over game.
And Toppin continues to leak runs.
Yeah.
And she has 1 for 46 now, and this is only his 4th over.
Yeah. Represents some figures of a T20 bowling effort. 1 for 46.
Yeah, you think the umpire asked, the captain asked you to bowl at the death when, you know, in the last 5 overs when batsmen are going at everything.
Yeah.
You know, 56 for 2. He's again trying to get it on the leg side. They're going to get 1, possibly 2 leg byes. And the runs continue to flow here, so leg by is signaled by the umpire. So well, in this over we had 2 wides already. Now 2 leg byes and 6 runs off the bat, plus 3 as well off the bat. So 9 runs off the bat, and you know, another 4 runs from extras.
Yeah. There's just too much at this stage to
13
really
runs
apply
already
any
over.
pressure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know.
And they're leaking from both ends as well. Not helping the captain.
And that's another beautiful shot. That's going to go for 4 runs. That one races over the turf there at square leg. And that's 4 good-looking runs. And Toppin tumbled over and is lying on the pitch right now, as he was too full on that occasion. Picked up nicely and just helped away there. Holding the pose is Brandon Boodoo, as he goes to 24 of just 15 deliveries. And the over finally comes to an end. It's 62 for 2 of just 6 overs.
Yeah. A run rate of above 10s to the over. Toppin 4 overs, 1 for 50. Look away if you're Abdul Rahim Toppin at this stage. Certainly not like how his figures have been. It's been torn apart, really. But Ruskin, we look back at the approach of the South fast bowlers as compared to the North fast bowlers. They were a bit more penetrative. They were
more
at
consistent.
The more,
They were more consistent with their lines. And you think back to the youngster Alexander Chase. He got the most movement. You know, some in the air, but off the wicket as well, and he certainly created some discomfort for the batsman. He had 2 wickets for his efforts. His partner at the other end, Racha, picked up 3, so they alone accounted for 5 of the 10 wickets to fall. McPherson will continue. And 2 wide, and that's what we were talking about, the consistency of line that we got from Racha and Alexander. We're not getting from McPherson and Toppin. And that's the difference right there.
Yeah.
One, they're not taking wickets because they're so far outside the off them. The batsmen don't have to play at too many deliveries. You know, then when they do bring it close to the batsman, you know, they're working
It's a
them
scoring
off,
shot,
and they're
yeah.
scoring off of them. So you're in a real bind here.
Yeah. Headaches for skipper Ramguli as he continues to search for something. Wickets is what they want. 62 for 2 it is. Just 25 more required from South.
That's a good delivery, and that delivery came, and he actually missed his run up again.
Yeah.
You know, but he still went through and bowled it. But he was close to the off stump, and that is what you want. Even if you're not on the stump, but be close enough to the stump that the batsman may be encouraged to play at the delivery.
Do you think it's a case of him running a bit too far from a bit wide on the crease, or does he needs to get a bit closer to the stump?
But he was actually pretty close on this occasion, but like I said, because he missed his run-up. When he gets it right, he tends to spray the ball, wide outside the off stump. But the couple of occasions where he missed his run-up, and here he is again, he was much closer to the stump on this occasion. So I suppose he's working in his mind trying to correct the run-up, and that will take away from his concentration as to where he wants to put the ball. So those are the kind of the predicament in which he's finding himself now, is that he's not confident in his run-up, and he's unable to execute his bowling plans as well as he would like.
But I do think, though, he has some good attributes in his favor. He's well built, and he's still getting,
He's getting stronger. He has to get
stronger.
And you will get stronger as you get older.
I think, though, that he has something to work with. He has a nice upright action.
And that's beautifully driven, and it's gone away through. It's going to be 4 runs. Again, sweetly timed. Once again, Budu really showing his full repertoire here, all timing.
And look at him hold the pose. Deserved 4. Continues to ooze class here is Brendan Budu. Moves on to 28 from just 16 deliveries, and he continues to play well. Continues to play those lovely flowing drives, lovely flow of the bat.
Very impressed with this young man. He really looks very organized in his batting. He doesn't waste too much energy. He's not fidgety at the crease. He kind of holds the bat up in the air for long periods. That's something that I see a lot of batsmen doing now, and it may be because he copies, one of his stars that way. But I'm sure when he gets stronger, he'll be able to probably realize he doesn't need to keep the bat up in the air that much. And they're going to get a single here, a little bit of a misfield, and the run is comfortably taken in the end. And it just shows you that these two batsmen, and especially Budu, he's in the system. And he's probably getting coaching and advice on judging the single, pacing an innings, that kind of stuff, apart from the normal instructions, which is get behind the line of the ball, and that kind of stuff. And that is what being in a national team environment, how that benefits the individual. So that's why I was making the point this morning that this game is so important to these youngsters. You want to be able to play at this level, and they go for another quick single, and they're going to get it too.
Yeah.
So Maraj inches on by 1. He goes to 5. It's 69 now for 2 at the end of over number 7.
Yeah, 69 for 2. It is. McPherson completes his third over, 1 for 17. So South still require 18 for victory, is it?
Yeah, they're well on course here now. As they pushed on the target is 68. That's the victory target is 86. 87 is the victory target. So they're well on their way. So 69 now. So they need another 19 runs.
Looks to be a bowling change from the northern end.
Yep. So they've certainly put themselves in the driver's seat here south, and they're not letting it go.
Johansson Gajada is who's going to operate from the northern end. Left arm pacer. Another one angled down the leg side.
Yep.
Another extra. Takes the score up now to 70 for 2. Extras contributing a whole lot to this score for the Southerners.
And you want the reverse, you know, if you're not, you don't want to give away too much. And, you know, like you were saying, you want to be miserly with your runs.
Yeah.
That's a great shot. And again, because he played it and moved immediately, he's going to get a comfortable single.
I think, though, Ruskin, that the North players could certainly take a leaf out of the way that South approached this game. And now we're seeing in this partnership, in this very short partnership so far, that the running between the wickets has been very precise. The calling is loud, it's clear. And this one again, oh, it's a missed opportunity. A good effort, though, at square leg. Manages just to push it above, and Buru able to come through for 2 runs.
He was a little bit careless there. He was trying to get it over the head of that man at that short square leg, just backward of square. And he got it, but funny enough, the fielder was actually walking in from the edge of the circle. And he probably was a couple meters too far inside, had to dive backwards to try to get it, and it just hit his hand and bounced away.
Again. And the way Brendan Bodo is driving on the up tells me that it's a very good surface for batting. It has something in there for the bowlers as well, but the ball is coming on to the bat.
Well, and remember we were making the point, this is the sun is baking this field now, that wicket. So all the moisture is going out of it quickly. Batting becomes a lot easier. That's a good delivery. He went right through the batsman there, fooled him with his length. He was right up to him.
Yeah.
Almost passed under the bat. You can see him rehearsing that little dab that he wants to play down to third man. Trying his best to maybe manufacture a run or two, but if he gets it down to third man, there's no third man, so he's probably seen that gap there, thinking all he needs is to get it away from the first slip, and he might get 4 runs. There he is again, but this time he goes on the onside. It's misfielded once more, and that 2 might run away for 4. It does. That's 4 good-looking runs. Once again, not much that the Northerners could do about that. That was well played, and Ismail Ali was chasing, had hopes of cutting it off, and then realized that the ball was well struck and was going to race into the boundary at deep mid-wicket.
Yeah, and again, Mburu continues to bat well. He's up to 40, and that misfield should have been stopped. It was hit straight to the man at mid-wicket and just went right through him and eventually went into the boundary for 4. So just 11 more for victory, Ruskin, and it's a sharp learning curve for the Northerners in this particular encounter.
Yes, it is, but they never got a look in. Let's they started badly with the bat, and it just persisted throughout the innings. When you consider 21 was the top score, and the next best was 17. You had three ducks, well 4 if you consider Jordan Mohammed not out. But let's just say 3, and Mohammed did hold his end up.
Yeah.
Trying to help McPherson along. And that's well played again, but only a single, getting it down to final. So when you look at it, it's we had 2 other batsmen getting into double figures. One got 10 and the other one got 12. And as that over comes to an end, it's 78 now for 2 after 8.
Gajara completes his first over. None for 11. And it's into single digits now. 9 more required for victory. McPherson seems to be going to continue from the southern end.
He has been their best bowler, and
Yeah.
probably the one most likely to probably get a wicket for them. So the captain, quite wisely, is deciding he's going to persist with him, and hope for the best. I'm just wondering, though, in terms of their spinners, if they had a spinner, just to see what he could get off the wicket.
Yeah. Yeah, there is some spinners in there. There's Yasir Dean. There's also Ismail Ali, who bowls a bit of off breaks.
Can't get a run there, but again, you could see him just waiting on the ball to pitch and then just guiding it, not really trying to hit it too hard, and just guiding it through to that man at point where he can't get it through. So they worked out, and what I like about these two batsmen, they've kind of worked out how they're going to score their runs and where they're going to score their runs. You know, they know that, for example, when you saw Gajada, he tended to drift onto the pads quite a bit to the right-hander. So Budu was just kind of feasting on him there. He always got him out as well, but he still exhibited the cash. And here's another short ball, swung away. There's no man at fine leg, and that's gone for 6. Another 6 here, brilliantly played yet again, and Budu is racing along here at the moment. Short ball, and thank you very much. He goes to 47 now, and it's a race against the victory and his 50. And that's the whole, he's 3 away, South 3 away.
Yeah. And this time it's a short delivery and just helped on its way by Brendan Budu. Hit uppishly, there's no man back at fine leg, and it went all the way for 6 runs.
So what does McPherson try here now? Does he go with another short one? And he's stroking this one brilliantly into the gap. If it passes, it's 4 runs, and that is his 50. That is also victory here for South in this under-17 North-South Classic. Budu getting to 51 and closed off this game with the most delightful of cover drives, and really deserving of a half century. He is 51 not out, and Mirage at the other end is on 5. Victory to South, really a commanding victory indeed, of just 8.3 overs. Really decimating the North batsman with the ball, and then really driving home the advantage with the bat, getting to 88 for 2, and what a splendid way to bring up a victory.
Yeah, excellent game of cricket by South. Totally all-round performance by them. It started with their bowlers, who really blew out the North batsmen out of the water very early on. And then it was the turn of Brendan Budu with his classy 51 to really put the icing on the cake for South, as they take victory here in a commanding way, Ruskin, by 8 wickets. And cricket at the end of the day is the winner here, but it must be not a good feeling for the Northerners.
Well, no, they can't be happy. That's the first thing. But I'll tell you what, when you lose a game like this, sometimes you're better off just not worrying about it. Just put it behind you and move on. Now, I know because it's a high-stakes game in the sense that it's kind of like a showpiece event. It's like the last real opportunity some of these kids might get to address the national selectors. So they may feel disappointed by that they didn't really show, their best selves. But take this as some kind of solace for them. You made the team, and that's the first thing. There might be others who outside might be thinking they could have done better, whatever. But they may get their chance, at some point, maybe if not at the under-17 level, certainly at the under-19 level. Because now that's what you expect. You expect these kids to go on now to the next level, improve, and just continue to improve and grow as cricketers, whether you're a batsman or a bowler, a wicketkeeper, whatever it is,
Mm-hmm.
just to continue to strive and continue to, get better as you go along. And you look at the Southerners, it's almost like they expected to win, and that is what I like to see because they're confident. They're not cocky, but they're confident that they could get the win. They went out there and they did it on the field of play. Nobody could take that away from them.
Yeah.
And they will remember this for a long while. North might want to forget it, but South will remember it for a while. And, they completed the most comprehensive. They didn't even use 10 overs to get the required 87 runs, getting to 88 for 2. And what a fantastic victory for them. They must be very, very happy with this victory. And it should give them confidence now because I think some of these guys might play in tomorrow's under 19 game. I would be surprised if Voodoo is in the under 19, the South under 19 team, as well. And I expect him to continue in that vein. In fact, that's how he has to look at it now. That's his challenge.
Yeah.
Okay, I made a half century, against the under 17s. Now I'm stepping up to the under 19s. Let me see if I can get another
Can I
half
go
century
on?
here,
Yeah.
or and show the same kind of quality. And that is what selectors will be looking at. Remember when we were looking at the secondary schools game, and we looked at the batsmen from, was it presentation?
Yeah.
Their openers.
Yeah. Khalil Mohammed and Riyad Mohammed.
Right. Kaleem the bigger.
Yeah.
Kaleem hits the ball.
Yeah.
Like a madman. But Riyad Mohammed, right, is more of a shot maker. He strokes the
maker,
ball.
yeah.
He's more graceful. And I was saying, when Trinidad recognized that they had no hope in the regional tournament, I felt that they should have given one of those guys, and I felt he deserved a chance to play on the national team at that time, because he had nothing to lose, only stuff to gain, because he was scoring runs, he's full of confidence, he's in good form, and so that was the time to throw him in at the deep end. If he fails, no problem, right? If he won it or if he did well for you, you will be more than happy with that. So that is the situation here at the. So we taking a break here, but we're coming back with the presentation, and that will be coming up here next. So as we leave you for the moment, South victorious against North, winning by 8 wickets, 88 for 2 after they dismissed South, or North rather, for 86 in their first innings. One and all, as we welcome you to a brief presentation here this evening. First of all, let me say my congratulations to South on a job well done. And no doubt, I hope you guys could go on from strength to strength. Comprehensive win indeed by 8 wickets. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks to you as well for coming and witnessing this contest here today. I know you would have expected a closer game, but that's the way cricket goes sometime. Mr. Azim Bazarat, the president of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board and newly installed vice president of Cricket West Indies. Congratulations once again, sir. And of course to Mr. Shahad and his wife Shalisa Ali, the owner of the Price Club, for sponsoring this event. We want to thank you both for making that effort to continue to help with youth development here in Trinidad and Tobago. As someone who has played North-South games in the past, it's such a good feeling to know that there are sponsors who are looking out for the youths and are giving them the opportunity to perform at this level so that they don't have to worry about either getting uniforms or at least making sure that they get an award when it's all said and done. So without any further ado, I would now like to start our short presentation function here with the presentation to the best batsman here this evening. And the winner of that award, and I will ask Mr. Jason Abdul to step forward to make the presentation. Brandon Budu. 47 not out, 7 fours and 2 sixes. A splendid innings indeed. The best bowler, also from the South team, Adrian Racha. Rihanna. 6 overs, 3 maidens, 7 runs, 3 wickets. Racha, if anybody tell him he wasn't bowling spinner, it sounds like those are spinners' figures there you have there. Yeah. The best fieldsman, Alan Suchet. 5 catches, and he was part of a run out as well. I'd like to call Ms. Shalisa Ali to come forward to make this presentation to the player of the match. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Adrian Racha, once again. Once again, 6 overs, 3 maidens, 7 runs, and 3 wickets. I would also like to ask the players from the North team to step forward to receive some commemorative medals as the runners-up in this contest. Starting with Rajiv Ramguli, the captain. And he'll be followed by Abdul Rahim Toppin, the vice captain. Ryan Yearwood. Samir Sarup. Joseph Mendoza. Jaden Kent. Adrian Mahes. Niall Mingo. Stefan McPherson. Johansson Gajada. Ashad Harilal. Jordan Mohammed. Ishmael Ali. And Yasir Chandin. I'll also call on manager Michael Williams. And coach Clint Pamphil. Let's hear it for the North team, ladies and gentlemen. Now for the champion team from South Trinidad, Christian Rampasad. Luke Ali. Salim Khan. Stefan Gomez. Brendan Budu. Alvin Sonny. Alan Suchit. Adian Racha. Alexander Chase. Anil Ruplal. Kifa Gishawan. Covid Bispat. Zain Maraj. And Jalen Ransom. I'll also call on manager Ravi Tilak. And coach Stephen Prasad. Mr. Ali, I have one last presentation to make, and I would like to call the captain of the South team to step forward, maybe the captain and the vice captain to step forward, Christian Prasad and Luke Ali, Mr. Ram Prasad and Mr. Ali, as we make the presentation of the winner's trophy. Let's hear it for them, ladies and gentlemen. Champions. Once again, thanks so much to all of you for coming out, and we hope you can join us again tomorrow because we have the under-19 final taking place right here tomorrow morning. So we hope to see you then. Until such time, be safe, and we'll see you tomorrow.